Tradoon. Tradoon. Tradoon.
We all knew. If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Tradoon.
Welcome to We Sing Dinosaurs. Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus Rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they spied a likely foe, they'd race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaws, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song
claws. His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. He wasn't a big dinosaur, but will the sound say he must have been the very fierce hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus,
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to have all of you here. Let me get my closed captions on real quick. I'm not sure those came through. Busy trying to get stuff set up for the stream. And I think we're set. We're going to have a busy one today. I hope you're ready for it. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Whether you're watching live right now, hello chat, how are you all doing? Or whether you're watching later on in the VOD, either on Twitch or on YouTube, welcome, and happy Thursday BIRDSday to you. I'll talk about what that means in a minute. But my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do my solemn duty as a scientist, reach out to the public, talk about my work and that of my colleagues, and give you an inside peek into how fossil science works. So as a dinosaur paleontologist, I go out and dig up dinosaurs during the summer, various places across the American West with various museums. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature. Nowadays, I talk about dinosaurs and other aspects of fossil science and natural history and all that good stuff. 5 days a week right here on twitch.tv/paleontologizing. So if you've got questions about dinosaurs in particular, that's what I work on. Or maybe about other fossil critters, maybe about broader concepts in natural history, extinction, evolution, the history of life on Earth. Don't hesitate with those questions. Don't be shy. I'm here to answer them for you. On today's broadcast, we're going to be playing the new Jurassic World Evolution 2 DLC Feathered Creatures pack. I think we've got at least 3 different feathered theropods, and then a fuzzy little pterosaur too. Cross your fingers that the game works, but it was very kindly gifted to me from the venerable Dinosaur Dave. So thank you, the Dinosaur Dave. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much. And we'll be talking about feathered dinosaurs too. Talking about which dinosaurs had feathers, how do we know, and what does that mean for their biology, their ecology, and what does that mean for the origin of birds as well? Because today is indeed Thursday BIRDSday, and we're going to be going over some bird photos from chat members also in just a little bit. Maybe a lot of a bit. It might be toward the end of the stream. But yeah, we're going to be doing our normal Thursday BIRDSday festivities. But before we get to any of that stuff, let me scroll up to the top of chat. We'll see who's here. We'll do some greetings. I'll say hello to everybody. And do my best not to leave anybody out, even though we've already lost the top of chat. Holy cow. But I think I saw Kodali, Smorphosaurus, and Lenina and Cyant streams at the very top earlier. So welcome to all of you. Early birds today. We've also got Farf. How are you doing, Farf? Welcome, welcome. KG30. How are you doing, KG? Good to have you here. I don't recognize that name. Are you new here? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Science streams, always lovely to see you, Bullets. I hope you had a great rest of your stream yesterday. I'm so glad we got to raid in. Hope you and Lita and the baby and the cats are all doing well. Kirsten Games, what's shaking with you? Aside from those emotes. It's good to see you, Kirsten Games. Timber86, howdy, howdy. Hope you're doing well, Timber. Your news sounds exciting. Cool stuff. Potential dinosaur in Virginia? Very cool.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Okay.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Or a good dream. Ironheart, thank you for the 33 months. I really appreciate that, Ironheart. Thank you, thank you. How you doing, Ironheart? Thanks for keeping me online for the past 33 months. Holy moly, Ironheart. Presumably one of our very first subscribers and a long-time supporter of this channel, Ironheart. I would not be able to do this were it not for generous folks like yourself, Ironheart. So thank you for that. It's excellent. It really is. And also, Mr. Delight, thank you for the 8 months of support there. Tribune to you too, Mr. Delight. Thanks for keeping me online for the past 8 months. Appreciate you. Bet Medler's here too. How you doing, Bet Medler? Welcome, welcome. Lenina, lovely to see you as always. So glad you could make it today. And there's Dinosaur Dave there in chat. Thank you again, Dinosaur Dave, for your generosity. Buying the DLC for me, gifting me that. I appreciate it. Texas Cryptid, what's shaking with you? You seem excited to be here. I'm excited that you're here, Cryptid. And Go for Fluffernut, how are you doing, Fluff? Welcome, welcome. Glad you could make it. Rehabifyon, feathery boys indeed. Yeah. Here, let me play a little trailer for the let's see. We can run this over real quick while I'm going through the greetings. Yeah. Let's see here. And let's loop it. There we go. Yeah. Very nice. So what's we got? Jody Fish. How you doing, Jody Fish? Welcome, welcome. Smorphosaurus, Kirsten Games, Captain Paul. Fall Machine. How are ya? Roses and Tea. What's shaking? Good to see you. And Rex, I will try and get back to your whisper soon. I gotta think of some of the names that I know in Utah. But, yeah. Yeah. Portugasque, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Andy Then Did says, hallelujah, it's raining reptiles. Archosaurs indeed, Andy Then Did. Look at these critters. Oh, man, this is gonna be good, I think. I've got a good feeling about this. Yeah. Gemini Woods says, dinos rock. It's true, Gemini Woods. And, I'm glad you could make it today. And let's see here. Kirsten says, I'm here for feathered friends, extant and extinct. That's what we're gonna have today. It's all about feathered dinosaurs on today's stream. Yeah. Hugan9129, how are you doing, Hugan? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. And Cryolofos says, Danny, yeah, I'm in the middle of something, Cryolofos. Have some patience, please. Yeah. Catch Pup, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Kaya in the Sky, hello, hello. And yeah. And check Morticia adopting a cat on Sunday. Very cool. Adopting a gorgeous green-eyed tabby called Isadora. That is really exciting. Check Morticia. That's very exciting. I can't wait. Good for you. Tommy Ploticus, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And Betmether, I think we've got a museum section on the Discord if you want to look through there. But very cool. You got to go to the Venice Natural History Museum today. Was not aware Venice had an NHM. A Venetian Museum of Natural History. Very cool. Yeah. And let's see here. And Smorf says, would you like to see what I made for Ios for her birthday? It is Ios's birthday today. Yes, indeed. I would like to see, Smorf. Yeah. Send me a link or something, Smorf. Dorkalotl, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Arle, hope your day's going well. It's good to see you, Arle. Nivy is back too. How are you doing, Nivy? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. But yeah. And let's see here. Check Morticia. Watch my stream today and see if Jurassic World Evolution is worth picking up. I mean, this DLC here might finally make it worth recommending. Yeah, I don't know, from a paleontologist perspective at least, you know? Feathered dinosaurs. Good stuff.
Extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct.
Exactly. And I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Oh no, Rizadegu. Time for learning indeed, Rizadegu. Thank you so much for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate you. Welcome back. It's gonna be a good stream today. This is gonna be fun. Everybody loves Thursday BIRDSday. Ziggy Nightmares, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And Tarquin, yeah. Pleasantly surprised by these feathered dinosaurs. Let's hope they live up to what's promised. They do look really, really good in the trailer, though. I mean, holy cow. Look at these. Lovely pterosaur there. I mean, these have, like... They've got a certain sense of authenticity that I feel has been lacking in a lot of the Jurassic World stuff, so I'm excited about this. I'm very excited. Yeah. And that is from the Puma Man, Bet Medler, that little clip there. Yeah. Not much gets past you, members of chat. That's lovely. Iacane Powder is here. How are you doing, Iacane? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you. How are you doing, Iacane? Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. The gameplay is good. I mean, if you like park builder games, check Morticia, then it's worth looking into. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not really a video game person, to be honest, most of the time, so yeah. Yeah. But they also look very pettable. I agree, Rahabifion. I agree. So yeah. Yeah. But, here, let's see here. Whispers. Krylofos. I can see the message, Krylofos. I'm a busy guy. Get to the point, please. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Here, I should respond on here in case you're not watching. Yeah. Can we all agree they would be danger cuddles? There you go, Rizadegu. Yeah. Yeah. And Gemini Woods, thank you. Hey. I appreciate you. Yeah. Let's take a look at the actual, like, release trailer from this. And see what we're getting ourselves into here. We've got mild blood and violence. Not in the trailer, but I guess in the game itself. Let's take a look.
Attention, park managers. Prepare to welcome some new feathered species into your park.
Look at these, Dinokairos. Very cool. Yeah.
Dinokairos is a heavily built, large animal featuring a striking feathered ridge, an elongated snout, and 2 gigantic forelimbs. Its impressive size provides helpful defensive capabilities. The Jalopterus. Its large eyes, multicolored feathers, and tiny frame make for quite the eye-catching addition to your park. A generous wingspan enables precision in flight maneuvers, and its
like a Muppet.
long claws ensure a smooth landing.
In a good way.
The Sinosauropteryx, small, agile, carnivorous.
I'm excited about...
extraordinary world of paleontologists. Who they are, what they do, why what they do is important for science.
Octavius
Holy cow, Octavius King.
Have stumbled into the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
Octavius, how did your stream go? Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Holy cow. Mintums, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Welcome in, Raiders. Octavius, tell me how your stream went. How are you and the rats doing? I hope everyone had a wonderful time. Thank you for bringing everybody here, and I hope you're ready to look at some feathered dinosaurs and a fuzzy pterosaur, too. We'll actually be talking about whether the fuzz on pterosaurs, is it homologous with feathers? Are those primitive feathers, or is it something different? It's a matter of contention right now among paleontologists. But yeah, in this game right here, Jurassic World Evolution 2, we've now got some feathered dinosaurs, and we're going to be looking at those today. Just dropped today. And I'm pretty excited about it. So yeah. Oh, and Voltmog, okay. Sorry, they're not doing well, but yeah.
It's washed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Yeah, and that's what Deepest Blue Dragon's like too.
00B around here. Laughing face.
Deepest Blue Dragon, thank you so much for the 9 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It is supporters like you who allow me to do what I do here, so thank you very much. And, I don't know, 9 months. I don't know if you're still a noob. I don't think so. Not in my book. But yeah. And, you're a terrible lizard paleontologist. A dinosaur paleontologist, Andy, then is that what you mean? You could take that in several different ways. Like, you're just kind of a not very good lizard paleontologist studying lizards. You are a paleontologist who is a lizard who is also terrible. Or you're a terrible lizard paleontologist. The direct translation for what dinosaur means. But anyway, yeah. New pterosaur model in the Discord. 6-foot turkey. I don't know. Shoot, I gotta be honest with you. I rarely check the Discord. But, I think there's an art section. Why don't you try that? Yeah. Remind me and maybe I'll take a look. But yeah. Let's see here. Whispers. Let's go ahead and let's start this little trailer over. This is the release trailer for the new Feathers downloadable content for Jurassic World Evolution 2. Very cool.
Attention,
Eutyrannus, Sinoceropteryx,
prepare to welcome
Geholopterus,
some new feathered
Dinocyrus
species into your park.
These are really beautiful.
The Dinocyrus
Very cool.
is a heavily built large animal featuring a striking feathered ridge, an elongated snout, and 2 gigantic forelimbs. Its impressive size provides helpful defensive capabilities.
Dinocyrus, very cool.
Its large eyes, multicolored feathers, and tiny frame make for quite the eye.
It's interesting that they say feathers in this, because we're still not 100% sure that they are feathers on these animals. Did pterosaurs actually have feathers, or is... We'll talk about that in a bit, but it's interesting that they just say that in the trailer. Feathers. Pycnofibers, yeah, there you go, Claire Burr. Yeah, but maybe pycnofibers are actually homologous with, dinosaur protofeathers. We're not really sure. But, yeah. And Tarquin says, weren't pterosaurs more fuzzy than feathery? It depends on who you ask, Tarquin. That's actually something that's being debated right now. Yeah, that's still a matter of contention. So we'll be talking about that. Yeah. Yeah.
A catching addition to your park. A generous wingspan enables precision in flight maneuvers, and its extra long claws ensure a smooth landing. The Sinoceropteryx.
Yeah. I'm maybe most excited about their Sinoceropteryx. They kind of took it in an interesting direction here. you know, this looks a little bit different from other depictions of Sinosauropteryx that you see online. This is one of those few dinosaurs where we actually know what colors it was. We actually have direct evidence of that. And they took, like, the designers in this kind of took what we know, and then they kind of went in a slightly different direction with it. It still seems like it, I don't know, just at first glance, it still seems like it holds pretty true to what we know about these animals' coloration. And yet they made it unique. Like this, I gotta look a little bit more closely, but this has the potential to be like a world-class design. This is really neat. And how do we know the colors? We've got a command for that, yeah.
Agile, carnivorous. Up against one, prey might stand a chance, but against a pack, perhaps it won't be so lucky. The Eutyrannus sports 2 sharp horns and is almost entirely covered in feathers. They're known to instill fear into their enemies with their ferocious roar.
Cool stuff. Cool stuff indeed. So, just for a little bit of background here, before we actually, like, get into the game, before I boot this thing up, cross your fingers that it works. I actually can't guarantee that we'll see the dinosaurs in that. If it takes too long to actually get to the dinosaurs in the game, then I'll just pull up some videos on YouTube and we'll look at them there. But we'll be talking about the feathered dinosaurs in Jurassic World Evolution 2 today. But let's see here. I'll show you some clips from a video that I did a long time ago. This is a review of another game where I kind of compare that game, which is Prehistoric Kingdom. I compare that to Jurassic World Evolution. So I was actually sent like an advanced copy of this game. Yeah. Here, let's start it from the beginning, maybe. And I think this will kind of lay the groundwork for my feelings about Jurassic World Evolution so far, and how it kind of went astray, but how this new Feathers DLC, you know, it seems like a very, very positive change. So yeah. Oh, but I don't even know if we did a proper shout out yet for Octavius King. Thank you again so much for the raid, Octavius. I really, really appreciate it. And if anybody would love to see a bunch of shenanigans with some live rats and I guess a rabbit now too, and a cool streamer, it's always an interesting time over there for sure. You never know what's gonna happen. But go follow Octavius King. Thank you again, Octavius, for the raid. I really appreciate it. So yeah, Claire got it. Thank you, Lenina, and thank you, Claire. Yeah. What I meant is I didn't do a verbal shout-out in the way that I should have. I know the moderators are on top of their game. Not always the broadcaster. Anyway, take a look at this, and then I'll fill this up with water so I can hydrate. I put ice in it. Forgot to put water in it. If you love dinosaurs, if you like to learn about them, if you'd like to see them scientifically accurate and beautifully rendered in a wildlife park setting, then Prehistoric Kingdom is the game you've been waiting for. But given that this is a game review, I have a bit of a confession to make. I am not what you would call a gamer. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and I work on dinosaurs. He's right. I discover them, I excavate them, I study them, illustrate them, publish on them, and nowadays I talk about them every weekday on Twitch as a means of science outreach. Lately, my viewers have been very excited about this new game, and the little independent studio that's been working on it sent me an advanced copy. Prehistoric Kingdom follows the same basic premise as other dinosaur park tycoon games. You build enclosures, guest amenities, you add new creatures. You know the drill. I'm not really qualified to talk about the intricacies of game mechanics. I don't know a lot about stuff like that. What I can talk to you about is the game's depiction of dinosaurs. Now, paleontologists are just starting to really examine the impact that video games have on the public's understanding of our science. I see it every day when viewers on Twitch ask me questions pertaining to dinosaur games. For many of them, video games are their primary interaction with dinosaur science. Yep, and this is very true. I mean, shoot, how many of you here in chat right now, you know, before you found this channel, most of what you knew came from video games? Most of your knowledge about dinosaurs came from video games. It's probably a fair number of people, right? If you don't have to say, oh, me, if that's true. I'm not trying to, like, out anybody there. But yeah, video games and movies, Sizzle, yeah. But shoot, for most of the public, most of what they know about dinosaurs comes from video games, from film, from... Yeah, most people aren't really reading a whole lot of science books on a regular basis. They're not necessarily watching, you know, really rigorous documentaries, or they're not going to museums and stuff like that, or talking to scientists. For most people, popular culture is where they get their information about dinosaurs, and that's... Yeah. So yeah. And Neil says, my previous dinosaur knowledge came from mini golf. Very sad. Neil, yeah. But, you know, that's... People are busy. I understand. Not everybody's got time to sit down and read books. Or to you know, visit museums, or let alone to talk to scientists, you know? That's why media like this are so important. And, yeah, they're not, well, yeah. We'll let...
Dinosaurs had not died, perhaps in some catastrophe. No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
It's true, Mintums, and thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. You came in with the raid, right? Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Now, yeah, here we go. For many of them, video games are their primary interaction with dinosaur science. Yeah. For better or for worse, these games have a big impact. Now, from what I've seen so far, Prehistoric Kingdom seems like it's going to have a very positive impact. In fact, I think it could be a wonderful tool for paleontology education. Yeah, really neat. Hugin says, I'll be a scientist one day. I bet you will be, Hugin. Yeah, good stuff. But yeah, and Jack Horner's books are on your reading list? Oh, very cool. Which ones did you get, Ziggy Nightmare? You got some decent ones. Yeah. And Mintum says, no problem. I did a geology degree a long time ago. Very cool, Mintums. Very, very cool. Let's see. It's good to see how much has changed. Absolutely. Shoot, fossil science has changed tremendously over the past few decades, especially as concerns dinosaurs. So yeah. And Red Bulwark. Keen eyes there, Red Bulwark. Keen eyes. Very perceptive. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. I think it could be a wonderful tool for paleontology education. Now, it's by no means perfect. I'm sure there are bugs. I got an extra early pre-release copy, so bugs are to be expected. But it's the heart and soul of Prehistoric Kingdom that I'm really impressed with. Now, it's appropriate that this sauropod in the logo gets a little crown, because the dinosaurs really are the stars. Look at that Torvosaurus. Holy cow, it's so beautiful. So a friend and colleague of mine is, he's working on Torvosaurus right now. The logo gets a little crown on this dinosaur right here, this kind of rare, gigantic megalosaurid from the Morrison Formation, late Jurassic of North America. He's trying to figure out what's up with that big, weird, long, low snout on it. And, anyway, so he's re-describing, or maybe describing for the first time, a skull of Torvosaurus, like a fairly complete one. Really, really cool. But yeah. Anyway, it's portrayed beautifully in this game. We are the stars of this game. Prehistoric Kingdom has a real overarching affection for the critters that you just don't see in many other dinosaur games. Yeah. Designs are excellent, drawing upon some of the latest science and paleo art. And each individual dinosaur is slightly unique in its coloration, just like real animals. You can actually tell different individuals of the same species apart from one another based on that coloration. That's pretty cool. I like that, yeah. A lot of people will compare Prehistoric Kingdom to Jurassic World Evolution. Yeah, and Jurassic World Evolution is clearly a much more popular game. It's from this major production studio, Frontier Studio, I think. Yeah, and there's some really cool things about this game, in my opinion, but not all of them are, well, yeah, here. And they are, you see it in the video, similar in concept. But there are subtle differences which jump out to somebody like me. Now, here's an example. In both games, you need a way to generate electricity to run your park. And yeah, anyway, blah, blah, blah. I've been told this is not actually as true anymore. You don't have to use fossil fuel generators to generate fuel in Jurassic World Evolution anymore. They've got other means of display, but anyway. Yeah, so I'm just kind of griping about some of the things I thought were not ideal about Jurassic World Evolution's gameplay there. Who cares what I think? I'm not a gamer. But, yeah. Avocado Abogado says, I'm legit starting using my legal education to promote paleontology and other sciences by seeing what I can do to help with the legal issues that arise in these fields. Making time for that in addition to whatever makes up the majority of my work and practice. That's really cool, Abogado. That's really, really cool. Shoot. There's some people you could get in contact with. People like Rebecca Hunt Foster from Dinosaur National Monument. She's the official park paleontologist and a federal employee. Jim Kirkland, the state paleontologist of Utah. They've both told me independently that like they wish that more people in the legal profession would get more involved in paleontology because, shoot, we could really use the help of some lawyers sometimes, you know? So yeah, I admire that, Abogado. That's very cool. Yeah. And, anyway, yeah. And Rahabifian, I agree. Yeah, the music, absolutely. Just gives a whole overall different feel between these two games, for certain. And you picked up Dinosaur Fossil Hunter. Oh, very nice, Dorcolotl. Very, very nice. Yeah. Rebecca Hunt Foster and Jim Kirkland. There you go, Abogado. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah. I seem to care about. Again, it might seem like a little thing, but it says a lot. Especially to players who are interested in paleontology. And honestly, a big-name studio like that should have done better. To me, the biggest difference between the two games is in the animals themselves. Mm-hmm. The quality of Jurassic World Evolution's creatures is uneven. Yeah. Some are beautifully rendered. I really like their Allosaurus. Yeah. I mean, their Allosaurus really looks like Allosaurus jimhadsoni, like a particular species of Allosaurus. It's a good design. It's a lot better than the one in the movie, which is... Yeah. It's like the Jurassic World films are just a millstone around the neck of this game, just dragging it down. If the developers and the artists, the people who actually designed these critters, were able to just kind of start clean and just make decent dinosaurs, I think the game would have been a lot better. But it's hamstrung by that Jurassic World IP, you know? Some of them are like this dubious quality. Ugh. Some of them are just outright fictional monsters. Yeah. The problem lies with the source material, the IP. There are talented artists and developers working on games like Jurassic World Evolution, but they're hamstrung by the intellectual property that they were hired to work with.
The dinosaurs need to look like dinosaurs you see in the films. They're not scientifically accurate in their representation based on what real-world scientists would do, but they need to look like universal dinosaurs.
When a film franchise goes off the rails, not just with lousy, inaccurate dinosaur depictions, but by outright inventing fictional dinosaur monsters, they start missing the point about what makes dinosaurs special. Yeah. In a crowded media landscape with a million zillion things to entertain yourself with, dinosaurs are still appealing because of their authenticity. Yep. There we go. And really good point made there by Rahabafion. So yeah, what they could do with the creative freedom really shines through with this latest DLC. So excited to play that. Yeah, again, hopefully we can get to the point where we can see some of these feathered dinosaurs. But yeah, dinosaurs are real. The team behind Prehistoric Kingdom seems to realize that. It's front and center in their advertising.
Show the world that these aren't monsters. Show the world what they truly are, and they'll come running.
You don't have to monsterify your dinosaurs just to make them compelling to a general audience. Dinosaurs are wondrous and astounding enough as they are, just for being real. Yeah. And this is kind of where Prehistoric Kingdom and Jurassic World Evolution kind of meet here, and I'll show you this next segment. We've talked about this, I think we talked about this last week, but I'll show it again. I think you'll like it. Moosey Fate says, to be honest, when they talk about baryonyx in the movie, right? I saw the dino in Jurassic World, and I thought, okay, so does this thing have a fight with the baryonyx? No, shoot. That was supposed to be the baryonyx. Oh, it was so bad. It was so bad. But yeah. I'll tell you a little story. Yeah, here we go. In 2013, I was presenting research at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. Yeah, all of us had heard rumors of a big reveal concerning a theropod dinosaur called Dinochirus. Now, Dinochirus was first discovered in Mongolia back in the 1960s, but we only really had its arms. And these arms were enormous, like 8 feet long, the biggest arms ever on a theropod dinosaur. And this is, just for a little bit of background here, this was like, not necessarily a meme, but like, this is something that you would just see in a lot of dinosaur books up until, shoot, I guess up until 2013. Here's one. Some of you may be familiar with this book. Maybe you had this book in years past, the Big Golden Book of Dinosaurs. This one features Dinochirus among its pages. This same critter that you see right here. Bill Cresson Calls. Last of the Giants. What happened to the dinosaurs? Nope, it's before this. There we go. More and Different Hunters. And there is Dinochirus right there. So this dinosaur was kind of legendary for being this extraordinary mystery. It had these gigantic arms. Again, like you see right here. And nobody knew what the rest of the animal looked like. Here in this book, for instance, it says an even greater mystery is the dinosaur called Dinochirus, which means terrible hand. The huge sharp claws on its fingers tell you why it got its name. Its arms were 12 feet long, but they may not have been as scary as they look. They resemble the much smaller arms of the ostrich dinosaurs, so the terrible hand may have just caught lizards or other small creatures. And we can all say, all that we can say is about Dinochirus, because scientists have never found bones of the rest of its body. So yeah, that's the thing, is that whatever creature these arms belong to is going to be extraordinary. Is it a gigantic, terrifying carnivorous theropod? Is it something a little bit different? Is it perhaps an omnivore or a plant eater? Again, there's a lovely picture. I wish I could find a like really high-res image of this, because it would make a lovely poster. But it should be right. Miscellaneous theropods. There it is, right there. Yeah. I love this image. Those are the arms of Dinochirus. They're not actually 12 feet long, but they're definitely big. They are definitely big. Yeah. Above, the gigantic forearms of Dinochirus mirificus, being mounted at the University of Paleobiology in Warsaw, in Poland. We can only speculate what the rest of this remarkable creature might have looked like. Very possibly it was a giant ornithomimosaur. So a giant, what we often refer to as ostrich dinosaurs. Like this Struthiomimus right here. Like these guys. The ostrich dinosaurs. We now know these guys had feathers. But yeah. Anyway, gigantic arms of this creature. Nobody knew what the rest of it looked like. This was this decades-long mystery in dinosaur paleontology. And Avocado says, wait, I thought Dinochirus was literally just a floating pair of large arms and claws. That's actually how it's portrayed in a few museums. Shoot, I'll show you another image. Dinochirus landing in Blanding, Utah. At the same museum that we were talking about yesterday. Oh shoot, is it? I don't know if I can find an image. Let's see, maybe Tarbosaurus. Tarbosaurus, Blanding, Utah. Yeah, here we go. That same museum that purchased Archaeoraptor. You know, Stephen and Sylvia Cherkas purchased Archaeoraptor. That was for this museum in Blanding, Utah. This is Tarbosaurus right here, which is a gigantic tyrannosaur from Mongolia. Dinochirus is from the same time and same place. We don't know what, didn't used to know what the rest of the skeleton looked like, and so it's shown chasing the tyrannosaur here, as if to predate upon it. Isn't that great, Avocado? Yeah. So you can actually still see this to this day. At least I think. When I was here in 2021, they still had this up there. And they're like, we don't know what the rest of this animal is, but we're going to have it try and eat this tyrannosaur. Dinochirus, the mystery. You know? Yeah. Tyrannosaurs are fast, but arms are faster, says Six-Foot Turkey. Yeah. But yeah. So anyway, Dinochirus. Let's let previously recorded Danny tell the rest of this story. A theropod dinosaur. For decades afterward, it was a mystery what the rest of this dinosaur looked like. Yeah. Here, I'll be right back. Sure. But we learned from the SVP abstract volume that an international team had discovered a decent skeleton of this animal. And we knew at this meeting, we might get to find out what this famously mysterious dinosaur really was. It was quite the scene. Maybe 1/3 of all the vertebrate paleontologists in the world crammed ourselves into this ballroom. It was standing room only, and we waited for the talk to start. One of the presenting researchers was from Japan, and he had a pretty thick accent. Frankly, he was a little bit difficult to understand. But as the presentation went on, we all leaned forward as he showed us photo after photo of the new material, revealing to us piece by piece what the rest of the skeleton of Dinochirus looked like. And then the next slide. 40 years of mystery just concluded there before our very eyes. A gorgeous 3D model of the full animal, all fleshed out, just slowly rotating there on the screen. And it wasn't like any other dinosaur we'd ever seen before. A whole ballroom full of scientists who had been silently watching with bated breath suddenly, spontaneously stood up and began to applaud. I had never seen anything like this at a scientific conference before. It was magical. I'll never forget that for as long as I live. It's a shining example of what dinosaur paleontology can be. Beautiful marriage of science and art and discovery. You know what reminds me of that moment? Prehistoric Kingdom does. Yeah. The game features Dinochirus. There's their Dinochirus there. It's a real animal. Gorgeous. In wonderful splendor. Really, really beautiful. Every detail they could muster based on real fossils and real scholarship. And now, holy cow, we've got Dinochirus also in Jurassic World Evolution. That's the whole reason for showing you this in the first place. Let's take a look at this dinosaur, shall we? Let's take a look at that, because it looks really, really good. Let's pull this thing up. Let's see. Jurassic World Evolution 2. Let's do it. Yeah. And Zool says, do you think shows and films do a disservice by not showing animals as dangerous, scary as they could be? It's exactly the opposite, Zool. I think exactly the opposite. I think a lot of shows and movies get people to be way too scared of animals by showing them as, like, mindless killing machines. Yeah. Because for the most part, animals are not like that. They're just minding their own business. You know? Yeah. Especially, I don't know, look at the movie 65, for instance. Yeah. Where is this? Oh, there we go. Hang on. Try that. There we go. Nice. All right. Terrible mosasaur, but you know what? The dinosaurs we're about to see are going to be much, much better than that awful mosasaur. There we go. Press enter.
Hold on to your butts.
All right. Enter. Enter. There we go. Downloadable content. Feathered Dinosaurs Species Pack. What is this?
Chat. And the keyword to type in is exclamation point feathers.
Oh, you can't see that.
Feathers. And if you're a winner, we will DM you on Twitch. We will send you a whisper on Twitch.
I'm sorry you can't see that properly. Hang on a minute.
So make sure your Twitch whispers are open and not set to
Give me a second here.
We've had some trouble in the past about this. And so
there we go.
Now, and for the next 5 minutes, that's going to run over on our Twitch channel.
Are they also streaming on Twitch right now?
Colleague Fran, we got the list of the dinosaurs that's going to keep their head above water. So it includes.
Let's see. What is it? Alt tab. Alt tab. There. Oh, nope. Alt tab. There we go. Yeah. Are we still number one on here, or have we been surpassed by? No, shoot, we still are. Yeah. I guess they're not streaming it on Twitch. Maybe they pre-recorded that. It says it's live. But yeah, interesting. Interesting. Oop. Stop it. Get rid of that. No, don't. Escape. There we go. Back. So I think what we want to do is, in order to get to these feathered dinosaurs as quickly as possible, feathered dinosaurs and pycnofibery pterosaur. Let's see. I wish there were a way that I had like a special save file or something like that, but yeah. Let's try that. Preset, standard layout, creative. Scientist disabled, power requirements none, dinosaur needs minimal, dinosaur temperament docile, dinosaur health perfect. Let's try that. Yeah, and let's see if we can get some of these feathered dinosaurs and take a look at them. Oh boy, I wish I had a save file where we could just look at them. But yeah. Okay. It's a shame we're sullying Yosemite National Park with all of this building, but let's go ahead and do it. Yeah. Alright, so that pauses the game. Let's build an enclosure. Fences. And how do I do this again? Okay. It has been like well over a year since I've played this game. So, apologies if I'm a little rusty with it, which I will be. Let's put in some decorations, transport, first-person view, demolish, pass, environment. We want to put in a feeding thing. So let's do that. Carnivore feeder. Gablow. There we go. Yeah. Nice. Now let's see if we can put in a dinosaur. We might need to build a hatchery or something. I'm trying to remember how this works. All right, let's put some water in too. Environment. There we go. Nice. Control room. Finances overview. We don't have to worry about finances because I think we're in like free play mode or whatever they call it. Operations. Trying to remember how we get to our dinosaurs. It has been a very long time since I've played this. The last time I played this was literally on stream, like a year and a half ago or something. Let's see here. Operations, arrival point, control center. We need like a, what do they call it, a hatchery? Mm-hmm. Enclosures, hatchery, thank you. Appreciate that, 6-foot turkey. Not aviary hatchery. Regular hatchery. There we go. I think that'll do it, right? Did I put it in the correct way? It's backwards. Can I press Control Z? How do I undo that? Ah, shoot. You know what we're gonna do? Is I'm not gonna figure that out. We're just gonna build some new fences. Here's what we're gonna do. Like that. And then let's get rid of this part right here. Yeah, we'll do it the easy way. And then I think we might have to also... Let's try like this. And we have to get it to link up with the hatchery, right? No? I don't know how these things work. Shoot. There we go, like that. Lovely. And then we'll demolish this part. See, that wasn't so difficult. Ah, yeah. Yeah. And we could just have them in the wild, says Rex. Is that right? I don't want to let them loose in Yellowstone. Shoot, what would that do for the local marmot population? No path to arrival point. Oh, shoot. So is it not going to work until we do that? Let's go ahead and build an arrival point real quick, I suppose. How do we turn it again? Let's see. ZX. And we got to build the paths. Always with the paths. Goodness. Oh man, this is going to be a pain in the butt, isn't it? Ah, we got it. Beautiful. All right. Yeah. And is the bottom right of the fence sealed? Well, I'm moving all around. I don't know which end is the bottom right anymore. But, you know, I'm not sure. I'm not too concerned about it. All right. And let's see. View Genome Library. Let's go find some of these feathered dinosaurs. Let's try maybe Sinosauropteryx or Eutyrannus or Dinochirus. Ah! Ha! There we go. Very nice. Synthesized dinosaur. Let's go ahead and do Eutyrannus. Yes, indeed. Beautiful. And now for our other one, we got to do Sinosauropteryx. Here we go. Yeah. Very nice. In fact, let's... Yeah. All right. Sinosauropteryx ready for incubation. Select eggs. Begin task. They're incubating, and then we're going to release them and take a look at them. Yeah. Yeah. And that's... So this... Oh, goodness. This I can demolish right here because we don't need that anymore. But the enclosure should be fully enclosed at this point. I don't think there's any gaps here. Because that runs directly to there. That runs directly to there. I think we're set. Yeah. All right. And let's release... Here we go. Look at these little guys. Oh, beautiful. Look at their little bandit masks and their striped tails. Oh, this is spectacular. Oh, I love this.
You might think that the Sinosauropteryx is the perfect size for a cute plushie to take home. But this dinosaur is a pretty mean hunter for something so small.
For that great dinosaur
Trust
who
me,
saved us from
you
the
really
American
Original Old Dog, thank you. Thank you, Original Old Dog, for the 8 months of support. Really appreciate that. Holy cow. And what a cool critter. This is lovely. I'm genuinely impressed with this. Yeah. Very cool. And you used to be able to get Sinosauropteryx plush toys from, shoot. Paleo... What was that gal, what was, Rebecca Groom, I think is her name? Paleo Plushies, is that what it was called? Yeah. Turn the grass into sand or rock to see them better? I mean, this is okay right now. We're getting a pretty decent... Well, no, we should. Environment. Let's see. Dirt or sand. We do actually have evidence that Sinosauropteryx might have preferred kind of more open habitat rather than like forest based on its coloration. But, yeah. Let's go find these critters. How do I do that again? Control room. Nope. That's not it. How do I find our dinosaurs again? There was like a button that I can press for it. M? There we go. Thank you. All right. Let's take a look at them. Still moving through the grass. But yeah, Sinosauropteryx. What a cool critter. Holy cow. And it, honestly, it looks... I gotta say, it looks better than it did in the trailer. I am deeply impressed by this. So Sinosauropteryx, you know, it's... They were taking a gamble by choosing this dinosaur for this game, but holy cow, did they get this right? Oh, they're fighting. Yeah. Look at those beautiful proto feathers. Look at that little bandit mask. And that stripedy tail. Very, very cool. Sinosauropteryx has got a very special place in my heart because it is, I think, the first dinosaur that we actually have direct evidence of its coloration in. Like, this is not speculative right here. What you're seeing here is actually... That's legit. There is paleontological evidence for the coloring and patterning that you're seeing right here. Let's talk about that. Here we go. Alt tab. And let's talk about this. Yeah. And how reflective is this design of that evidence? Let's talk about it, Rahabophion. Let's talk about it. Yeah. Take a look.
This episode is supported by Squarespace. Okay, we know a lot about dinosaurs, like how big they were, what they ate, even how quickly they moved. But there is one question that has plagued paleontologists for decades. What color were dinosaurs?
It almost looks like the frame rate here has dropped because I've got the game running at the same time. It does seem like it's dropped. Interesting. But yeah, and Sino means Chinese. Sinosauropteryx means Chinese lizard wing. Sinosauropteryx.
It might sound superficial, but trust me, it is not, because until we understand their coloration, we'll never be able to fully imagine dinosaurs. We won't know what they really looked like.
I'll be right back.
We also won't be able to study things like camouflage or display behavior, and we will never know the full extent of just how wrong the Jurassic Park movies are. Thankfully, in recent years, a more complete picture of dinosaurs has come into focus, and it is in Technicolor. When you picture a dinosaur, the colors that come to mind probably vary depending on how old you are. For much of the 20th century, for instance, dinosaurs were always depicted in drab colors, gray, green, and brown. That's because back then, most experts thought that dinosaurs behaved like overgrown lizards, so they probably looked like that too. Starting in the 1970s, dinos started to be portrayed as having things like spots and stripes and flashy colors, but not a lot of that was actually based on science. Then came a major breakthrough from an unexpected place. It wasn't a dinosaur, but a fossil squid.
Yeah, with some melanosomes, I believe.
In 2006, while a graduate student at Yale, paleontologist Jacob Vinther was studying a fossil squid with preserved ink sacs. Those are the
very cool.
Where squids store the
very cool.
And when Vinther studied them under a microscope, he saw that the sacs were filled with tiny spheres. Other paleontologists had seen these little blobs before, but they thought they were just fossilized bacteria. But to Vinther's eye, they looked like special structures that help give animals color, melanosomes. If you've heard of these before, it's probably because you have them. Lots of animals do. Melanosomes are responsible for all of your body's coloration, from your skin to your eyes to your hair. Each melanosome contains some type of melanin, which is a natural pigment. And based on their density and distribution, they can create different colors. Now, I know what you're wondering, what in the name of Charles R. Knight does a Jurassic squid have to do with dinosaurs? Well, you know what else has melanosomes? Feathers.
Oh yeah, yes.
Like a cardinal or a crow, and see what kind of melanosomes make that feather's color. For example, long skinny melanosomes make black and gray, like the black you find around a cardinal's eyes. But if melanosomes are short and round, they make reddish colors, like what you would see on red-tailed hawks. This information can be used as a template for studying ancient animals. So living dinosaurs are basically the color key to extinct dinosaurs. In 2010, this idea was put to test in a place that's famous for its abundant fossils of feathered dinosaurs, China. There,
the Yixian Formation in Liaoning.
Scientists studied what might be one of the most adorable dinosaurs ever, the chicken-sized
Sinosauropteryx. There you go. Beautiful.
The first non-avian dinosaur to be discovered with structures of feather-like fluff back in 1996. And after studying the melanosomes found in that fuzz, researchers determined that Sinosauropteryx was ginger. Its downy coat was apparently reddish-brown over most of its body, but its tail was a little different, alternating between light and dark bands, giving it some extra flair. Vinther and his colleagues used this same technique to reconstruct the plumage of another feathery pigeon-sized dinosaur called
Anchiornis.
And it turns out that this dinosaur looked kind of like punk rock magpie, mostly black and white on its wings,
and mohawk
with a splash of red on its top. After this, the colors of more dinosaurs were soon revealed. The four-winged Microraptor, it had dark iridescent plumage, kind of like a raven, and one specimen of the little horned dinosaur Psittacosaurus was even found to have melanosomes in its skin.
But they put the butt fuzz on it. Oh boy. That part's probably not legit, but yeah, the rest of this does make a lot of sense.
Revealing that the dino was dark on top and light underneath. Pretty cool, right? As long as the dinosaur is preserved with feathers or some other structure that keeps melanosomes intact, scientists can figure out their basic colors. Now, this is all awesome and exciting, but these discoveries are about a lot more than just what dinosaurs looked like. They
yes,
can
indeed.
tell us about how they lived. For example, in birds, we know that feathers aren't just used for flight. They're also an important part of display behavior. So Sinosauropteryx probably didn't have a banded tail just by chance. Its flashy pattern tells us that this dinosaur may have had something to say to other members of its species, like that he wanted to claim his territory or show off how fit he was for the ladies. And the pattern found on Psittacosaurus, dark on top and light below, is a common phenomenon seen in lots of modern animals. It's called countershading, and it would have helped this little herbivore blend in while walking through the sun-dappled forest.
Although Sinosauropteryx also has got some counter shading too, which we'll talk about in a minute.
Territory, or how fit he was for the ladies. And the pattern found on Psittacosaurus, dark on top and light below, is a common phenomenon seen in lots of modern animals.
Pretty cool stuff. Isn't that neat, Abogado? Yeah.
This little herbivore blend in while walking through the sun.
And Diatoms attack. I don't know if melanosomes have different smells, Diatoms, but it's good to have you here. How are you doing? Can we get a shout out for Diatoms attack real quick? How are things?
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Kalek.
Was just getting on to let you know about this pack, lol.
Well, there you go, Kalek. There you go. Yeah. We're going to be getting back to the game in just a few moments here. Shoot. What did I just do? Here we are. And wait, this is supposed to be paused. And can we turn the sound off if it's paused? We probably can't. Alt tab. There we go. I guess we just got to deal with that background sound. Yeah. But that's okay. Right now we're talking about this little feathered dinosaur, Sinosauropteryx. Let's find him here. Yeah. Wah! Oh, sorry. Now you can see. The coloration that you see right here is actually based on real fossil evidence. Based on fossil melanosomes from the feathers in this animal. Which is really, really neat. And again, a bold move for Jurassic World evolution, which doesn't have the most stellar record in doing accurate dinosaurs. Here, you know, they decided to swing for the fences. This is a dinosaur for whom we actually know what its coloration is. We know its patterning because of these remarkable fossils. And they said, you know what? We're going to do this dinosaur, and they did a magnificent job of it, if you ask me. This is really beautiful. I like this a lot. This measures better than any of the other dinosaurs that they've done, in my opinion. Really, really excellent. Yeah. And what I love most about this, this is not just me going, oh, well, you know, it's good they finally did a good dinosaur. Like, what's exciting to this, what's exciting about this to me as a paleontologist is that this is introducing authentic dinosaurs to the public. This is raising the standard for dinosaur portrayals in popular media. In the same way that Prehistoric Kingdom did. And I guess Prehistoric Planet, too. Absolutely. Now Jurassic World Evolution is getting in on the action, and that's a step in the right direction. This makes my heart happy as a dinosaur scientist. I'm very pleased to see this. Excellent. It's good stuff. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. But anyway, and I'm aware, Rex, but the standard dinosaurs are just not very good. And even just the overall silhouettes and stuff are not always great. For most of these dinosaurs. But these ones, these new ones, are really beautiful. I mean, look at this little guy. Excellent. Let's pause that. And let's continue talking about coloration here.
Sun-dappled forest.
Yeah.
Experts are beginning to uncover the colors of many other feathered dinosaurs, and new types are being found all the time.
Hey, Buttercup, how you doing? Welcome, welcome.
That question that's been bugging us for so long. And memo to Hollywood: if you're planning on having a Sinosauropteryx in Jurassic World 2, which you should be because they're cute, now you know what color it was.
Well, holy cow! I wonder if this actually had something to do with that. Ah! Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Now, let's take a look at... Here, let's search that again. Because I think we've got a... Here we go, from Cell Press. Where was that? It's so much slower with the... Here, let's try Dinosaur Counter Shading. Or... Camouflage Colors from Cell Press. Is this the same video as the one that I'm looking for? I think it is. Ooh.
Revealing what color dinosaurs were was once thought impossible, but the discovery around a decade ago that some pigments can actually preserve in fossils has allowed us to reconstruct the likely color patterns of certain dinosaur species.
Yeah.
One of the best places to find pigments preserved in dinosaurs is the early Cretaceous G-hole biota of
the
China.
Yixian Formation, G-hole biota.
Discovered here in the mid-1990s.
That is one of the most famous Sinosauropteryx specimen right here. In fact, it is truly iconic. This is the one that Phil Curry talks about seeing a picture of kind of in a furtive meeting at a scientific conference. Like, these Chinese scientists come up to him and they're like, look, we have something to show you. And they show him this gorgeous high-res photograph of this specimen. And he's like, holy cow. When can I come and see this thing in person? His eyes were, he says, immediately drawn to this fringe along the sagittal plane of the animal right there. He's like, those are feathers. Holy cow. It was a very dramatic moment in 1996. Really, really, really cool. Anyway, this image has become kind of iconic in its own right. And let me see if I can find that image here. In China, I have been told there is a popular kind of beverage called, and I hope I'm remembering this correctly, Baiju? Baiju, it's like a, it's not quite like sake, it's more of a, like, I don't know if you could call it rice wine. It's like a hard liquor, but it is very, very potent. And I think in this book, we've got a picture of a bottle of Baiju with a Sinosauropteryx on the front. Where is that? Lovely photography in this book. And, where did that go? Shoot, we should have talked about this book yesterday when we were talking about Archaeoraptor. But I had kind of forgotten that they would talk about that in here. Well, there's a picture of the specimen right here in the book. Right there. So this might be the counter slab. We've got slab and counter slab. So, slab, counter slab. Yeah.
The extinction of dinosaurs is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence, for that matter.
Thank you to Prawn X for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And it's not soju, old dog. It's something else. It's much more potent than soju. And I want to say it starts with a B. I want to say it's Baiju. But, oh, Baiju, 55. It's in the index. See, that's a well-constructed book with a complete index. There it is right there. Yes! Good stuff. There is that, like, commemorative bottle of Baiju with the Sinosauropteryx specimen. Isn't that cool? Holy cow. The caption says, most banquets are punctuated by toasts of Baiju. There are many local brands, even one with an inscribed commemorative bottle with Sinosauropteryx in bas relief. Here, Lao Wu, Mr. Number 5, supervises the pouring of a cup. Right there. I would love to one day work in China on some dinosaurs there. I just registered for a conference in June. Just today, I registered for a conference in June where I'm going to be presenting on a Chinese dinosaur. So maybe that'll be a step in the direction of being able to go to China and work directly on Chinese dinosaurs. But yeah. Isn't that cool, Avocado? Yeah. That's why it took so long to find that. I knew it was going to be good, yeah. Yeah. And Baiju. There you go, old dog. Yeah. Yeah. I thought you were going to say you'd love to supervise some pours. I'd love to be the recipient of some pours. I've tried Baiju before. It's something. It's a real kick in the head, honestly. It's good stuff. But yeah. Bring back bottles for the class. There you go, Rizadeg. Did you bring enough to share with everyone, Danny? Here we go. Let's just start this over. We're only a few seconds in anyway.
Revealing what color dinosaurs were was once thought impossible, but the discovery around a decade ago that some pigments can actually preserve in fossils has allowed us to reconstruct the likely color patterns of certain dinosaur species.
Oh, and hang on. Colleague says, is there any chance we can watch or see it later? I'm giving a poster presentation at the conference, and I need to talk to my co-author. I'm actually working with Jim Kirkland on this. And I got to see if it's okay with him that I talk about it live on stream. But I will give you kind of a virtual poster presentation if he's okay with it. And yeah, we might have to wait a while until after the conference, until we actually get the thing submitted for publication. But I'm excited to share it with you. We've got some potentially really novel ecology for a dinosaur, something that's like pretty much unheard of. It's gonna be some exciting stuff, and I can't wait to share it with you, but I can't give you any more details, or I might give away what it is. But there's a very weird little dinosaur from the Yixian Formation, the G-hole biota. This same assemblage of rocks right here that we're working on. We noticed something weird about its anatomy, and we think we've got a hypothesis as to what that might represent. And it's going to be a first, which is really cool. So very excited about that. Yeah.
One of the best places to find pigments preserved in dinosaurs is the early Cretaceous G-hole biota of China.
Yeah, the G-hole biota.
Discovered here in the mid-1990s, Sinosauropteryx has feathers preserved that retain remnants of the original pigment that gave the animal its color in life.
Very cool.
This means that we can reconstruct its color patterns to give a better understanding of how it may have behaved and to tell us more about the environment in which it lived. One of the color patterns seen on Sinosauropteryx is that it had a dark back and a light underside.
Yep.
This is a kind of camouflage called
So they've got several specimens that show this. This is not a one-off, which I think is really cool. Reproducibility is one of these things that's extraordinarily important in science. Diatom's Attack can tell you all about that. If you just have one specimen of a given taxon and you're trying to make wild claims about it, nobody's really going to take you as seriously as they should if you've got multiple specimens that all show the same thing. You know? And so for Sinosauropteryx, we've got multiple specimens that show this same kind of patterning, which is really, really cool. And again, when we're talking about this animal here, Alt-Tab, there, kapow, there we go. Yeah. If we're trying to figure out the coloration for this animal, it helps to have multiple specimens, and we do have multiple specimens. So we can tell that that patterning is legit. Which is really, really cool. Yeah. There we go. Now you're out in the open. Beautiful. Look at you. Holy cow. Yeah. Oh, I love this. I love this. Really nicely done. Really nicely done. And Lonely, that's because his enclosure is too big. There's 3 other conspecifics in there with him. But, yeah. Anywho. Let's continue the video.
Countershading lived. Give a better understanding of how it may have behaved and to tell us more about the environment in which it lived. One of the color patterns seen on Sinosauropteryx is that it had a dark back and a light underside. This is a kind of camouflage called countershading. It works because in the daytime, sunlight comes from above.
Yep. This is really, really important to understand, by the way. We've talked about countershading before, but holy cow, once you start seeing this, people, you will never forget it. Once this idea has made its way into your brain, it will help you understand animals in a new way. You see this in just about every kind of critter. You see this in birds, you see this in fishes, you see it in cartilaginous fishes, sharks. You see it in mammals, you see it in reptiles. Shoot, you even see it in things like World War II fighter planes or submarines. Countershading is an extraordinarily effective camouflage at long range. It's extremely simple, but for how simple it is, it works really, really well. This is really neat. So yeah. Here, let's go back just a bit. Yeah.
It works because in the daytime, sunlight comes from above.
Yep.
Meaning that the top surface of an object is illuminated, while the underside is shadowed.
See?
In seeing this, our brains are able to recognize things as three-dimensional objects. In counter-shaded animals, the top surface is darker and the lower surface is lighter. This evens out the effect of shadowing, so counter-shaded animals appear less three-dimensional.
Very, very cool. So basically, a counter-shaded animal, or a fighter plane, or a submarine, or whatever, it'll be much more difficult to see at a distance, just because it kind of fades into the background haze a little bit better. It appears less 3D. It doesn't pop out at you as much, you know? Really cool stuff. Really, really cool stuff. And you see this everywhere in creatures. I mean, shoot. Yeah. Whether it's in sharks, or whales, or more sharks, or penguins. Penguins, classically counter-shaded like that. They've got a very stark pattern. Some animals, it's more of a general gradation from dark to light, but in penguins, it's pretty stark like that. And that actually gives us some clues, as you'll see later on in the video. But yeah, dolphins, counter-shaded like that. Badgers are the opposite, which is kind of funny. I think because badgers want everybody to see them and stay away from them. Yeah, badgers have got warning coloration, which is like the opposite. But yeah, Tom and Jerry were counter-shaded. There you go, Nolo. That's the thing, is that, you know, even little mammals like that, counter-shaded. So the artists who made Tom and Jerry, they're picking up on that, you know? Dogs, often counter-shaded too. Tuna, counter-shaded also. So yeah, this is something that's extraordinarily common in nature because it just works. It works. But the type of counter-shading, there's like several different, well, shoot, there's a whole gradient of kind of how stark the transition might be from dark to light. And then it can actually tell you about the animal's biology, about its ecology, about its habitat that it lives in. Take a look.
Benefit for both predators and prey.
Yeah.
Importantly, lighting conditions vary between different types of habitat. Animals living in open areas with lots of light tend to have a sharp, dark to light transition high up on the body.
So, yeah, plains animals, animals living out on the prairie, out in big, you know, meadows and fields. Like you just said, stark transition, and it tends to be pretty high up on the body because they're getting direct sunlight on them. But if you're an animal living in a more forested environment with more shade,
while animals living in closed areas, such as forests,
yeah,
more gradual transitions position.
Does that make sense?
Down.
Yeah.
This means that we could determine the likely habitat that Sinosauropteryx was living in 130 million years ago.
This is so cool. And it's again, it runs counter to, like, you know, sometimes you get like creationists or people like that, and they go, well, you know, paleontology is not a real science because you can't actually run experiments in it. And it's like, you're going to tell us what is and is not science, creationists? But they're, of course, completely wrong about this, too. We run experiments all the time, whether they're natural experiments or whether they're experiments like this, where we can take data from the fossil record and then, you know, run a test in order to get results like this. Very, very cool stuff. Here, take a look.
Based on its pattern of countershading.
Yeah.
To determine in which environment the countershading in Sinosauropteryx would have been most effective, we made three-dimensional models of its body and observed them under varying light conditions. This showed us exact.
So you could see the striations here. They 3D printed this. This is really cool. Again, 3D printing showing up in paleontology as an effective method for gathering information. Really, really cool stuff.
Shadows would occur in each different habitat. We then compared that to the actual color patterns seen in the fossils. The countershading transition was abrupt and high up on the body, best positioned to negate the shadows cast by direct sunlight. We can therefore infer that Sinosauropteryx was best suited to have lived in an open environment.
Very good diatoms, yeah.
With this work, we have shown that
They don't even make anything. I agree, Diatoms, yeah.
Understand important aspects of the behavior.
They certainly don't make publications in scientific journals or, you know, they don't make discoveries in the field or anything like that. You know, they just, they do make a lot of propaganda. So, yeah. But isn't this cool? Holy moly. I love this so much. So by basically modeling a cross-section of a Sinosauropteryx like this is like, you know, the basic shape of its torso. They can bring it into different environments and photograph it. And so like in a forested environment like this with like an overhead tree canopy, there's going to be a certain level of light that's coming down. And it's like, okay, that level of camouflage doesn't work particularly well there or here, that kind of thing.
We then compared that to the actual color patterns seen in the fossils.
Yeah.
The countershading transition was abrupt and high up on the body.
Very cool.
To negate the shadows cast by direct sunlight. We can therefore infer that Sinosauropteryx was best suited to have lived in an open environment.
Very cool.
With this work,
very cool.
We have shown that by looking at paleocolor, we can start to understand important aspects of the behaviors of extinct animals, and also
really neat stuff.
Interpret the long-lost habitats and environments in which they lived.
Very cool stuff. So this was published in the journal Cell, I believe. Countershading and stripes in the theropod dinosaur Sinosauropteryx reveal heterogeneous habitats in the early Cretaceous G-hole biota. It wasn't all forest. There were open plains also. And these animals probably preferred living out in the open. Here is a link to that video. And you can find the paper, shoot, right here, which, if we're lucky, will be open access. It will be non-paywalled, and indeed it is. Beautiful. Love to see it. You love to see it. Here, let me copy the link for the extended PDF. There is that link in chat for you. Yeah. Very, very cool stuff. They even did a lovely... Oh, shoot. What was that? PDF. Extended PDF. Yeah, they even did a lovely visual abstract for this, too. So, yeah. Pretty cool stuff. Cell biology report. Really neat. Really, really neat. Oh, this is super, super cool. And there's that bandit mask right there. And I kind of wonder whether the Jurassic World evolution artists, the people who were, you know, the developers and the artists who were making the animal for this game, did they take that same pattern there? And I bet you they did. Holy cow, there it is. There it is right there. It's like a beautiful match. Very nice. Yeah. That's so cool. That's so cool. So there you go. Yeah. A beautifully rendered, you know, beautifully authentic dinosaur in Jurassic World Evolution 2. Ah, this makes my heart happy as a dinosaur paleontologist. This is lovely. It really is. Holy cow. Is that awesome? Really, really neat. Oh, he's going to go eat? There you go. Yeah, good for you. Let's see some of our other Sinosauropteryx. Here's another one patrolling the fence line. Yeah. Another one over here. Oh, this is so cool. This is so cool. Thank you again to Dinosaur Dave for gifting me the DLC for this. Really appreciate it. This is pretty awesome. So we've got 4 of those little guys right there. And that's Sinosauropteryx for you. A dinosaur that's got a very special place in my heart. Man, I still remember when this came out. I think it was like January 2009. Late January 2009. When this paper was... Or when the original paper about Sinosauropteryx coloration came out. And, oh, they're getting in a fight. Shoot, when I was a kid, of course, everybody would say, well, we'll never know what color dinosaurs were. So just don't worry about it, you know? Just empty out the whole crayon box and just go nuts. But no, we've actually been able to figure that out for a few dinosaurs, which is really, really cool. And Sinosauropteryx was the first one. It's amazing what we can learn about these animals. And, yeah, just very, very impressed by that. So with that said, let's zoom out from Sinosauropteryx. And that's weird. The M key isn't working anymore. There it is. Okay, good, good, good. Let's build a fence across here real quick. And let's do that like here. And let's put well, shoot, maybe I should have done that on the other side. We'll put Eutyrannus over here, I think. Or maybe we'll take these little guys and put them over there. We gotta make sure we've got food for both of them. So yeah. Yeah. Is this a game? It's real life, says Diatom's Attack. Diatom's Attack. A scientist should not be spreading misinformation, no matter how facetious. I say to myself, realizing that I do that all the time. Yeah. Feeders. Let's put a goat dispenser there and a goat dispenser here. And then let's put another meat feeder right here. And we'll put our Eutyrannus over there. Go to the hatchery. And select eggs. Begin task, I guess? Yeah. So we're going to take a look at the largest feathered dinosaur that we have so far. Eutyrannus. A truly extraordinary animal. And, yeah, this is actually Balint of Science Streams' favorite dinosaur. Eutyrannus. So, released via airlift. Let's put them
Asset collection request received.
there and there. And we've got helicopters that are airlifting our tyrannosaurs, I guess? Let's take a look at that.
The creature we will be examining is a paleontologist.
And Cupicate, holy cow, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy!
A dinosaur?
A dinosaur?
Every bone that we find tells us something about how the world was
80 million years ago. Yep. Lemon the Lime Fox and Argivs, thank you for the follows. Cupicate, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's lovely to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. How did your stream go? Tell me all about it. Yeah, it looks like you were doing some art. Beautiful. Well, it's so good to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. And today, man, you came here on kind of an unusual day because I'm doing some video games right now, which is an extremely rare occurrence. Very rarely do we do video games on this channel. But we are playing the new Jurassic World Evolution 2 Feathered Dinosaurs DLC today. And we're about to have 2 gigantic feathered dinosaurs delivered to our enclosure. I'm so happy about this because finally we've got some feathered dinosaurs in a Jurassic World piece of media that are, like, good. Not like that atrocious Pyroraptor from that movie. So anyway, Cupicate, thank you so much for your raid. I really appreciate that. Yeah, tell me how your stream went. And Rita Schultz, hello to you. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. I think this actually might be a lovely opportunity for us to have a quick visit from previously recorded Danny. We've got cool new people here in the chat who came in with the raid. They want to know, why in the world is a paleontologist here on Twitch? What could have prompted that? Well, we'll call over previously recorded Danny, and he'll tell you a thing or two about it. So if you'd like a quick little welcome video, go ahead and type a 1 into chat, because legend has it that if enough number 1s appear in the chat, previously recorded Danny will make a visit. He will materialize before our very eyes. So without further ado, previously recorded Danny, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
All right, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Cubicate for that lovely raid. Welcome, welcome to the channel. It is great to have you here. Today we are playing this brand new DLC, which I've been told stands for Downloadable Content. Imagine that. Not a video game guy, but we're playing this anyway. Let's take a look at the trailer real quick. We've got feathered dinosaurs in Jurassic World Evolution 2 now, and that fact makes me very, very happy because they're really well done. Take a look.
Attention, park managers. Prepare to welcome some new feathered species into your park.
There we go. Yeah. Good stuff.
The Dinochirus is a heavily built large animal featuring a striking...
I apologize for the low frame rate here, but we're playing the game at the same time, and that's in the background. It's kind of dropping the frame rate a titch. But Dinochirus, really, really cool dinosaur. I'll see if we can't maybe get some of those in a bit, but we're going to be looking at Eutyrannus in just a second. Eutyrannus, in fact, is going to be literally dropping in to the enclosure here via these big helicopters. So yeah. But for right now, let's continue this.
Snout and two gigantic forelimbs. Its impressive size provides helpful defensive
Dinochirus, really cool animal.
The Jalopterus, it's large.
This is a pterosaur, so this is not a dinosaur, but it's a flying reptile that lived at the same time as the dinosaurs. Pterosaurs are like, they're very close cousins of the dinosaurs, but they're not dinosaurs. So the next time any of you are, I don't know, you're hanging out with your nieces and nephews or something like that, or, I don't know, you see a pterosaur, a pterodactyl on TV, you can turn to the person next to you and go, you know what? Do you know that's not a dinosaur? It's closely related to dinosaurs, but it's just outside of clade Dinosauria. So yeah, there you go.
Large eyes,
Yeah.
multicolored feathers, and tiny frame make for quite the eye-catching addition to your park.
It's so cute. Holy cow.
You're feeling a bit cheated? Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Bette Midler.
But I will catch up on Thursday BIRDSday.
Oh, thank you, Bette Midler.
Good night, everyone.
Good night to you too, Bette Midler. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Thank you for your support, Bette
Flight
Midler.
maneuvers, and its extra long claws ensure a smooth landing.
There you go, avocado. Yeah. Yeah.
Agile, carnivorous, up against one, prey might stand a chance, but against a pack, perhaps it won't be so lucky. The Eutyrannus sports 2 sharp horns.
Yeah.
Entirely covered in feathers.
Very, very cool. Eutyrannus is the largest feathered dinosaur that we know about so far, by which I mean it's not the largest dinosaur to have had feathers, but it's the largest dinosaur that we actually have fossilized feathers from. There's other dinosaurs like, say, Dinochirus or Gigantoraptor that we know were larger. We're pretty darn sure they had feathers. There's no reason to think that they didn't. But Eutyrannus is the largest dinosaur that we actually have fossilized feathers from right now, which is really cool. This critter's like 30 feet long. It's like 9 meters. It's a big animal. It's a big animal. Yeah. And Acheowolf, thank you for doing the introduce yourself channel points redeem there. Acheowolf says, I found the channel through General Stay and introduced Cupid to your channel previously before this. I adore Microraptor. Microraptor's a very cool little dinosaur. Even if they seem like the basic dino, like, no. What are you talking about? A basic dinosaur would be like, oh, T-Rex. Brontosaurus. You know. Microraptor shows you know a thing or two, which is cool, Acheowolf, yeah. Yeah. And Triceratops? Triceratops is one of my very favorite dinosaurs, too. Holy cow, for a number of different reasons. But I've dug up a lot of Triceratops in my day, and including this specimen here. This is a plastic model based on Yoshi's Trike. There's the Yoshi's Trike emotes floating across the screen. Yep. Yeah. I was on the crew that dug up the post-crania of Yoshi's Trike and part of the skull in 2011 with Museum of the Rockies, and yeah, it's going to be a new species once it finally gets named. But it's got the longest brow horns of any Triceratops, which is why those horns seem ridiculously long right there. But, yeah. I've probably dug up, I don't know, 20 or 30 different trikes over the years. None of them were totally complete, obviously. Some of them are just a few bones, but, it's like 20 or 30 different Triceratops sites over the years. Digging those up with Denver Fowler. Yeah. Triceratops is super cool because we've got so many specimens, we can learn so much about it. Most dinosaurs are known from one specimen, usually a very incomplete specimen. Triceratops, there's 100 just at Museum of the Rockies alone. There's probably 1,000 Triceratops specimens across the world. So yeah, it's a pretty important dinosaur scientifically. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But let's continue with this little trailer here.
Fear into their enemies.
Yeah.
Ferocious roar.
Eutyrannus. So let's go ahead and check this out right here. Alt tab. There we go. Uh-oh. Why are we drifting away? And Knight LaFay, hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Excellent. And people in the chat, please don't be obnoxious. You know? Let's go ahead and watch these Eutyrannus get deposited here in their new enclosure. And let's take a look at these beasties, you know? And you like how Eutyrannus is leaner than the other Tyrannosaurs? Yeah. It's well rendered here. Let's see. And it's so goofy the way they get transported by helicopter like this. But yeah, look at this feathery beastie. Very cool. Ah! Yeah.
Asset delivery confirmed. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Kajal Dua.
Okay.
I'm something of a perfectionist, and I demand it in others. So
Real
I expect
dinosaur?
that you'll do your best. I just wanted to make that clear. Oh.
And thank you, Campbell Cat, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Check this out.
The feathered tyrant brought so much excitement, so much intrigue to the scientific community when it was first discovered. And
Pretty
here
cool.
we find ourselves in the presence of that illustrious tyrannosaur. Just don't be too surprised if it ruffles a few feathers, okay?
No, that's what we're here for. Check you out. Holy cow. You're gorgeous. My goodness. Look at you. Holy cow. Is it gonna... Don't break out yet. I think I have, like, low security fences here, but they are electrified. Hopefully that'll contain these guys. But look at this. Oh my goodness, it's gorgeous. This is so much better than the other Jurassic World dinosaurs. Jurassic World Evolution dinosaurs. Just exquisite. I'm very, very happy with this. So Eutyrannus, like I said, is the largest dinosaur that we have fossil feathers from so far. It's a big old Tyrannosauroid from the early Cretaceous Yixian Formation of China. About 120 million years old, give or take. Give or take a few. And it's got much beefier arms than later Tyrannosauroids, like T-Rex or Daspletosaurus. It's, oh man, it's so well rendered here. I like that a lot. And I love, holy cow, for once, the crests are brightly colored. Oh, this makes me so happy. I mean, look at those crests right there. So these are what we call lacrimal crests. They're these bony protrusions, you know, extensions of the lacrimal bones that come up from in front of the eyes there. And we see this, uh-oh. I left a gap in the fence. Oh, and this one already made it through. Shoot. You can tell I'm not used to playing these games. Not something I do often. And let's go ahead and demolish this section. And then unpause. Yeah, it stopped you in your tracks there, bud. Can't say I'm sorry about that. You're not going to go eat our Sinosauropteryx. There's goats for you to eat. Go eat the goats. But yeah. Yeah. And thank you for the hydrates there. Akio Wolf and Lemon the Lime Fox. Cheers. Very cool. Those heavy footfalls, I think, are important. Because, again, these animals got big. The thing with Eutyrannus, we've actually got 3 individuals that have been scientifically described. There's a small one, a medium one, and a large one. So we've got what appear to be different ontogenetic stages. Which is pretty rare for a dinosaur, actually. Yeah, some ontogeny there. Exactly, Tommy Ploticus. Yeah. What do the new feathery boys rank on the tier list? We're going to have to to revise that tier list soon, huh, 6-foot turkey? Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. And Rex says... I think the Therizinosaurus and Pyroraptor are pretty abysmal, Rex. They're not very good. The Quetzalcoatlus, I've not really seen, but these are miles better than the feathered dinosaurs that show up in that Jurassic World Dominion movie. I mean, here the stuff is actually based on fossil evidence, which is really cool. It actually makes sense from a paleobiological perspective, too. Those brightly colored lacrimal crests. I wish that, like, the Albertosaurus in the game had brightly colored crests like that. But I haven't seen that. Here, it's standard, which is so cool. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And you haven't bothered to watch the latest Jurassic World? Don't bother, Knight LaFay. Watch Prehistoric Planet instead, if you want something to watch. It's so much better. Because it's like this. I mean, holy cow. This is so much more like a Prehistoric Planet depiction of a dinosaur than it is like a Jurassic World depiction of a dinosaur. You know? Just excellent. Really, really nice. As a paleontologist, this makes my heart smile. Holy cow. Yeah. And it is like watching a fish tank 6-foot turkey. I could do the same thing. This is so cool. So cool. Yeah. And I'm also hyped for Prehistoric Planet Season 2. Avogado. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Really awesome stuff. Very cool. Look how beefy those forelimbs are, too. I wonder if I can find... if I can find a video for you on Tyrannus. We can talk about this animal. Let's see here. Already on YouTube, all kinds of... Man, people have just been uploading that 4 hours ago. Yeah. I'm looking for, like, you know, a video press release that went along with a paper or something like that. I don't know if we're gonna find it. But here's the species guide from Jurassic World Evolution 2. Let's take a look at that.
An aggressive carnivore, the Tyrannus is one of the largest known dinosaurs to have feathers.
Yep, true.
Its coat covers almost its entire body. With its formidable presence and ferocious roar, the Tyrannus instills fear into its enemies.
None of that false. Sure. Again, this is... I want to emphasize what a good restoration of this animal this is. I'm truly impressed. Tyrannus. There's another depiction right there. I think the artist who is... Artist or artists who were designing this for this new DLC, they took cues from stuff like this, with those brightly colored lacrimal crests. On theropod dinosaurs, especially big theropod dinosaurs, oftentimes they've got kind of showy bits on the top of their skull. You know, lacrimal crests, they've got nasal crests. That's kind of taken to an extreme in critters like Monolophosaurus or Dilophosaurus. Those almost certainly would have been brightly colored, especially during, I don't know, maybe the breeding season, times like that when these animals are socializing more often than they would normally do. Yeah. So it's so cool that they for once, they've got brightly colored crests on a dinosaur in Jurassic World Evolution. Really, really nice to see. Oh, it makes me happy. And those big beefy arms are also emphasized. There it is in another artist recreation there. But these dinosaurs had fairly big forelimbs. Let's look at a Eutyrannus skeletal, shall we? A skeletal, it's short for skeletal diagram. And, here we are. There are 3 specimens of Eutyrannus known at 3 different sizes. So we've got a decent sense for... we've got the capacity to learn about how these animals are changing as they grow and develop throughout their lifespan. Which is really neat, but look at how big those forelimbs are. Much bigger than, like, in Tyrannosaurus or something. Eutyrannus, despite being a smaller theropod dinosaur, it's got bigger, beefier arms than even a 40-foot-long T-Rex. Yeah, and it might have something to do with the fact that the head is smaller proportional to the frame on Eutyrannus than it is in T-Rex. The whole thing's a balancing act. If you're gonna have a big, heavy head, you've got to find some way to cut weight on your front end, and evolving smaller forelimbs is one way to do that, and that's what T-Rex did. Yeah, pretty cool animal. Pretty cool animal. Yeah. So yeah, and Knight LaFay, did you have a message? Here, yes, we've seen, is it David Armsby? David Armstrong? The Dinosauria animated shorts, they are gorgeous, Knight LaFay, yes indeed. Yeah. Yeah, we watched all of those live on stream as they came out. And you love the Eutyrannus kill animation, says Doom Guy. Well, shoot. We might have to take a look at that. Yeah, so far the design of the animal looks really, really good. But is its behavior feasible for a big theropod dinosaur like this? The way that it moves. Eutyrannus Jurassic World Evolution 2. Here we go. Let's see, from this channel, Best
in Slot, and welcome to today's
Best in Slot. I don't know what this channel is, but let's see what they have to say here about these things. There's the Eutyrannus. Oh, sleeping there. And there it is going after a goat. Oh boy. Don't show this to Mary's Milk Monsters. Yowza. And it's just gonna swallow it whole. Wow. Okay. Quick and clean. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. And we've got several different color modes for this, it looks like. That's interesting. Yeah. Oh, and uh-oh. It was going after another dinosaur there? Oh. Some sort of really, really bad look. Oh, so this is a perfect illustration of how much better the new dinosaurs in this DLC are versus the dinosaurs that are supposed to look like the ones from the Jurassic World films, which tend to be really lousy. So this is some sort of really poor, just dumb-looking ornithomimid. It's naked, it's got no feathers, even though these animals actually had feathers all over their bodies. This is going to be kind of poetic, actually. Watching this animal just get torn apart by an authentic feathered theropod. There we go. Yowza. Yeah. You get a mutie, says 6-foot turkey. Oh, instant replay. Ooh, holy cow. Yeah, there you go. And they're gonna put a Styracosaurus in there? I don't really remember. Is the Styracosaurus any good? I kind of forget. I don't think we've gone to that one yet on our, We've looked at that one in our, like, tier list. Oh, boy. It looks okay. It's got the elephant limbs thing going on, unfortunately. Like most of those Jurassic World dinosaurs. Oh, and Carnotaurus. Oh, is this Majungasaurus? Who is this? Rajasaurus, maybe? Some sort of a bellysaur. That's actually pretty well rendered. I like that. But yeah, yowza. Anyway, that's Matriacanthosaurus? Matriacanthosaurus isn't a bellysaur, is it? Matriacanthosaurus is like, is it a megalosaur? What is Matriacanthosaurus nowadays? Matriacanthosaurus. Its name means moderately spined lizard. It's kind of a doofy looking restoration there, but that's the one on Wikipedia. Yeah. Classification. Originally in Megalosauridae. But now it's thought to be an Allosauridoid? It's been reclassified to Matriacanthosauridae. That's not helpful. So it might be the same animal as Yangchuanosaurus, so an Allosauroid. Or possibly related to, like, Signraptor. Okay. But, shoot. What did we return to here? Yeah. Carnotaurus. Yowza. And this makes it look more like an Abelisaur, like Majungasaurus or Carnotaurus, or not necessarily Carnotaurus, but you know, Alcosaurus or somebody like that. Yeah, weird. Matriacanthosaurus? Strange. Yeah. Anyway. So much violence indeed, Campbell Cat. Let's go back to our Tyrannosaur. There we go. What a lovely animal. Holy cow. I'm really loving this. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. So to me, one of the things that makes me happy as a dinosaur paleontologist is when dinosaurs in a game like this are authentic and awe-inspiring. They can help get people interested in dinosaurs and teach them about what these animals actually looked like. You know, the typical kind of boring dinosaurs from the Jurassic World Evolution game, the ones that look like the ones in the movie, they're honestly not really going to get anybody excited, in my opinion. What makes dinosaurs interesting is their authenticity. The more accurate you can make a dinosaur, the cooler it's going to be. And not like other gamer girls. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So yeah, this could be part of the paleontologist pipeline there, 6-Bit Turkey. Yeah. Because once you start to realize that the more accurate a dinosaur is, the cooler it looks, usually. It starts to, you know, you better appreciate the science that goes into it. I'm being kind of clumsy if I'm describing this right now, but I think you get the idea. Yeah. Does this game have their own created dinosaurs? There are some, like, made-up monster dinosaurs. Yeah, Peter Steves. Just like in the Jurassic World movies. But these are, you know, based on real fossil science. Which is really, really cool, you know? Yeah. Doomguy says, well, they're not accurate dinosaurs from accurate dinosaurs since they have frog DNA in their DNA. That's an excuse, though, Doomguy. It's not... It doesn't have to be that way, you know? That's just an excuse for the filmmakers to be lazy about portraying their dinosaurs. And honestly, they're... Yeah, I could talk all day about this, you know? But the whole, oh, frog DNA thing, I don't buy that for a second. I really don't. It's a lazy excuse. Yeah. I mean, especially when this is so much cooler than the other depictions of dinosaurs, because it's authentic. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. There it is. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And the Utyrannus, isn't it beautiful, Doomguy? Yeah, it's really awesome. It's really, really awesome. I'm glad you agree. Like, what an incredible dinosaur depiction here. And it makes me so happy that this is in like in such a big name game like this, from a big name studio. This is exactly what what somebody like me would hope for from a game like Jurassic World Evolution. And here it is. This is lovely from the perspective of science outreach. It's really great. Yeah. Yeah. And Akio Wolf, hey, I'll see you around. Thank you for being here, Akio Wolf. Very cool. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Look at the forelimbs on this animal too. You can just picture it running up to you, kind of headbutting you, using its claws to hold you down, and then just tearing off your head with its jaws. If it wanted to. If that's how it wants to go about things. Holy cow, is that cool. Ah! Or wanting to give you a hug. It might be your last one, Mikey Lex, but yeah. Yeah. And thank you for the hydrate, Runelore. Yeah. Cheers. Yeah. Yeah. And Doomguy, I really don't like the Pyroraptor because it was like... I almost feel like with the Pyroraptor, they're going, whoa, you want feathered dinosaurs? Here's feathered dinosaurs. And they just made the worst one they could. It's so... Oh, don't get me started on the Pyroraptor. Oh, boy. Oh, he's sleeping. He's sleeping. Yeah. Here. Let's look at the rest of our dinosaurs and make sure that they're... This one's got a crown. Ooh, the king of the Sinosauropteryx. King or queen, can't really tell. Look at you. You're beautiful. Yeah. Very cool. Now, let's see what other dinosaurs we can hatch here. View genome library. Can we do Dinochirus? We've got Chianshusaurus. That's cool. But unfortunately, it's looking very Jurassic World-y. Let's get some authentic dinosaurs. Utyrannus. Do we not have Dinochirus in here? Utyrannus. Dinochirus, we might have to jump through some hoops to get it. In which case... Oh, no, there it is! Holy cow! Yes! We can have Dinochirus, too. Let's make a new enclosure. Yeah. Let's do that right here. There we go. Lovely. Let's put some water in there because if this game has been done properly, these animals should have like kind of almost semi-aquatic tendencies. So let's give them plenty of water over here. And what kind of plants do we want them to have? Well, we can figure that out after we've hatched them. Let's go ahead and do that. Synthesized dinosaur. And our Dinochirus is... where? Dinochirus, there we go. Begin task. Yeah. So we're synthesizing that. Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah. And check those fence joints, Danny. I mean, we wouldn't want Dinochirus getting loose and causing problems with those huge arms. Yeah, I think we're probably good. Yeah. Here we go. Synthesizing. Very nice. All right. Ready for incubation. Let's do 2 Dinochirus. Begin task. Very nice. And we will take a look at them. And I think that's all 3 of our feathered dinosaurs, right? I don't know if we'll have time to look at Geholopterus, because we still have to do Thursday BIRDSday today. But yeah, yeah. Um, 16, 15, 14, almost there. Very nice. And Nell, thank you for the hydrate. Yeah. All right. Release via airlift. Here.
To be collected. En route to pick up the asset.
Call them assets. Call them dinosaurs or critters. I don't know. Asset sounds so sterile. There we go. It's like a claw grabber game. Yeah, there we go. Look at the size of that. I love the silhouette right here. It makes it look like a giant anteater or something. And the color patterns on it really kind of emphasize that. It really does look like a giant anteater. Here it comes. Ooh, yeah. It's like a giant anteater. Oh my goodness, I can't get over that. But it's got that same kind of color patterning on it. And look at you.
Here we have the Dinochirus. This downy dinosaur is often likened to an ostrich. Not surprising, I suppose, considering
No, it's not.
the long neck, the feathers, the beak. It's just a lot bigger in size, huh? But if things go awry, something tells me this one doesn't need to bury its head in the sand.
Sure. Such a goofy quality to this game. Oh, look at that big old tail. This reminds me of the Alverasaur that I'm sculpting for 3D printing right now. Yeah. Look at you. You're gorgeous. My goodness. Look at those arms. And look at that long beak. Kind of almost spoonbill or duckbill shaped snout. Very, very cool. Oh, this makes me so happy. Oh, my goodness. That's lovely. So those of you who just showed up recently, we talked all about Dinochirus earlier in the stream. And, yeah, man, this dinosaur's also got a very special place in my heart. I was there in 2013 when this was first announced at SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. I was there in the audience, and I'll never forget it. Since the 1960s, we only really had arms of this dinosaur, but those arms were huge. The arms were like 8 feet long. And we didn't know what the rest of the body looked like. We had no idea what kind of dinosaur... We had some idea what kind of dinosaur this was. There are various ideas that got bandied around. But we didn't know for sure. It was a huge mystery. Until somebody went back to Mongolia, organized an expedition, relocated the original quarry, found the rest of it. Which is really incredible. It's such a cool story. In fact, let's see if I can find anything to do with that. Right here. Phil Curry, Dinochirus. Let's see. Oh, wait, shoot. Is there a PBS Eons video about it? I didn't know that, but here it is. Let's take a look. Yeah.
It didn't take long for Pascal Godefroy to realize he was looking at a stolen dinosaur. The year was 2011, and Godefroy, a paleontologist at the Royal Belgian Institute of Natural Sciences, had been called to France by an acquaintance who was a fossil dealer. The dealer had been approached by a German collector who'd come into possession of some Mongolian dinosaur.
What is it about Germans and buying stolen dinosaur fossils? Yeah. Yeah, and Nolo says it's a pity you don't see the eggs hatch. Agreed. It would be really cool to actually watch the dinosaurs grow up from hatchling to adult. We could talk about ontogeny and everything, you know? But yeah.
Ontogeny. Multiple times. Traveling from Central Asia to Japan and then all the way to Europe.
Ontogeny.
And the bones looked, well, strange. There was a skull measuring over 1 meter long, as well as a variety of hand and foot bones. Clearly, these had come from a large-bodied animal. But the one thing that really caught Godefroy's attention were the bones in the creature's hands. To him, they looked pretty darn familiar.
They're Dinochirus hands.
Of a mysterious dino that was first discovered in the Gobi Desert back in 1965. The
Very cool.
question was a big theropod that, at the time, was known mostly from fossils of its most distinctive feature, its enormous arms. From end to end, the forelimbs alone measured an incredible 2.4 meters long and were tipped with big comma-shaped claws. Scientists called this newfound dinosaur Dinochirus, which means horrible hand. But other than its bizarre arms, very little material from this dinosaur had been found. No skull, no feet, almost nothing that could give experts a fuller picture of what this dinosaur actually was.
We were talking about this extensively earlier in the stream, so if you missed that, then we're kind of rehashing that a little bit here. But yeah, very, very cool.
For more than 40 years, nearly everything about Dinochirus was a mystery. How big was it? What did it eat? How was it related to other species? And just what did it look like? The bones Godefroy recognized in that chance encounter in France would be the first big break in this scientific cold case. But before the case of Dinochirus could be solved, paleontologists would have to contend with the darker side of their science. Things like vandalism, poachers, and the black market fossil trade.
Commercial paleontology.
The creature they would discover would turn out to be, from head to tail, one of the weirdest dinosaurs ever known.
It's so cool. Holy moly, is Dinochirus awesome.
Described by a Polish paleontologist who had been prospecting in the Gobi Desert for fossils from the late Cretaceous period. There, she and her team discovered 3 fragmented...
I think that was Halska Osmolska, right? Was she from Russia? Shoot.
backbone, some ribs, and several of the stomach-lining bones called gastralia that dated to around 70 million years ago. And then there were, of course, the arms. Each one was found with shoulder bones intact, and although the right arm was missing its claws, the left arm was basically complete. Even so, for a long time, scientists couldn't do much more than speculate about what the rest of the owner of those giant arms looked like. As early as 1969, paleontologists had noticed that the hands and upper...
It was just a floating pair of arms. Again, avocado. I feel like I should find that that image again. You can still go see this at the Dinosaur Museum in Blanding, Utah. This is Tarbosaurus, who's a Mongolian tyrannosaur, and those are the floating arms of Dinochirus. Back then, we didn't know what the rest of the animal looked like. We thought with claws like that, arms this big, it very well might be a giant predator. Maybe it wants to eat this tyrannosaur, you know? So yeah. Pretty great. You would also run from a giant disembodied pair of arms? Probably wise thing to do, Lenina. You can't argue with that. Yeah. Well adapted for hugs. Just wants to hug this this Tarbosaur. Why are you so scared, Tarbosaurus? Why are you so scared? Crappy agrees. Yeah. But yeah.
Arm bones of Dinochirus looked a lot like those of Ornithomimus, a
They
dinosaur
did,
from the
yeah.
late Cretaceous of North America. Ornithomimosaurs, also known as ostrich mimics, were a group of beaked theropods with long necks, long legs, and long arms.
So when when that voiceover in the game says, oh, Dinochirus is often compared to an ostrich, it's like, no, it's not. But these guys are. Its relatives, other ornithomimosaurs, look a lot like ostriches. In fact, these ones, they should have feathers all over their bodies. I guess they kind of do. But, yeah, I'll show you a good depiction of, Saurian has a great one. Their ornithomimid is beautiful. Really, really nice. It actually looks very emu-like. Which is also pretty ostrich-like. But yeah. Really, really nice. This is maybe more like what these guys should look like, but I digress.
But there's long and then there's long. Dinochirus's arms would have dwarfed those of Ornithomimus.
Oh yeah.
Their typical Ornithomimosaur ranged from around 2.5 to 7 meters long, and the biggest Ornithomimus had an overall body length of about 3.8 meters, so the entire animal wasn't much bigger than a single Dinochirus forelimb. But without the rest of the body, paleontologists couldn't say whether Dinochirus fit the typical mold of an Ornithomimosaur. These dinos had long, narrow beaks, and most species were toothless. They also tended to have huge eye sockets. And just like the real ostriches, many of the ostrich mimics had long, powerful hind limbs. Scientists estimate that certain ornithomimosaurs might have had a top running speed of anywhere from 35 to 60 kilometers per hour. As far as feeding goes, it's been hypothesized that some ornithomimosaurs use their long arms and slender fingers to grasp fern fronds and tree limbs. And plant eating in these dinosaurs has been supported by the discovery of a dozen skeletons of Cynornithomimus with clumps of gastroliths inside their body cavities.
Those are stomach stones.
Are tiny rocks that some animals swallow to help grind up food for digestion. And in modern birds, gastroliths are usually associated with a plant-based diet. However, most experts think that in addition to plants, ornithomimosaurs probably ate insects and small animals. In other words, many, if not all of these ostrich dinosaurs were likely omnivorous. But again, without more fossils, paleontologists couldn't be sure about what Dinochirus ate or where it belonged on the family tree. Still, as time went by, most experts agreed Dinochirus was probably an ornithomimosaur.
But some people said maybe it's a weird therizinosaur or something like that. I also heard ideas floated that it could be a gigantic kind of weirdo dromaeosaur or something. Even though it really doesn't look particularly dromaeosaur-like, this is another idea that was floated. Yeah. So it was a mystery until until it was finally kind of made semi-public on that day in 2013.
An exceptionally big one.
Yeah.
Now.
And Campbell, hey, I look forward to seeing you here more in the future. You have a good rest of your day or your evening. Thank you for being here, Campbell. I'll see you around.
Fast forward to 2006. That year, scientists involved with the Korea-Mongolia International Dinosaur Project seemed to hit the jackpot. At a new dig site in the southern Gobi, they found fresh material from a different Dinochirus, including elements from the hip, hind limbs, and vertebrae. And better still, an incomplete arm, more backbones, and other parts of a third Dinochirus turned up in yet another new quarry in 2009. But unfortunately, both of the new sites had already been ravaged by fossil poachers, a serious problem in the Gobi.
Yep, we see this again and again and again. The commercial fossil trade in Mongolia is super illegal because under Mongolian law, dinosaur fossils belong to the people of Mongolia. They need to be held in the public trust in a museum. They're part of this country's collective natural heritage. But unfortunately, there are lots of people in other countries who would love to pay for one-of-a-kind dinosaur fossils and keep those out of the hands of scientists. It's a big issue. It's a big problem. And this nearly had tragic results again. Here.
Raiders had smashed up many of the fossils, and it looked like other bones, including the skull, had been taken and smuggled out of the country. Poachers often take skulls, hands, and feet, and then destroy or leave behind the rest of the skeleton.
It's called a head hunting. It's a really common practice. And that's what happened here. Yeah. And SB Harkin, yeah. Extracting other people's resources, it's really lousy. It's really lousy.
But enough fossils were left that experts could identify the two new specimens as Dinochirus, based on comparisons with the material found in 1965.
Agreed, Lenina. You and me both.
All the new discoveries got out, the paleontologists caught a lucky break in that meeting with the fossil trader in France. After seeing the German collector's fossils, Godefroy got in touch with the team that had been working in the Gobi. He told them he'd seen the bones of a strange and familiar Mongolian dinosaur. The hand bones from this specimen had definitely come from a Dinochirus. And there was more. A right foot included with the collector's specimen was missing a toe bone. There was just an empty impression in the rock where it should have been. But that little bone wasn't lost forever. A toe bone that had just been recovered in 2009 fit the empty impression perfectly.
There you
the
go.
Toe and the
Holy cow.
bone came from the same individual.
A smoking gun. It's proof.
Cinderella. Clearly the specimens in France were...
I say smoking gun. She says Cinderella. You know, tomato, potato. Cinderella, I guess, would be a much less violent analogy there. But yeah, Cinderellasaurus, there you go. Avocado, yeah.
Like a dinosaur Cinderella.
Oh, don't say that, Mikey likes, oh no.
Clearly the specimens in France were the very bones that had been poached from one of the new Dinochirus sites. And that meant the skull the fossil collector had was a Dinochirus head.
Yeah, and there's Phil Curry right there. This might be Xu Xing, right? Or no, that's not Xu Xing. Anyway, there's Phil Curry. Recognize him for sure. Yeah, we were talking about him yesterday.
So many years of searching, scientists finally knew what the dinosaur's face looked like. Once the situation was explained to the collector who owned the plundered bones, he donated them to Godefroy's museum. There they were studied and eventually returned to Mongolia. And after their long, strange journey, they were reunited with the rest of the skeleton. Between the material taken from the 2006 and 2009 sites and from the original 1965 site, scientists now had samples of almost every single bone in Dinochirus's body. And it
Very
must
cool.
have been a sight to behold.
Yeah,
With
holy
a
cow.
maximum length of about 11.5 meters, the creature would have rivaled some Tyrannosaurids in size.
Oh yeah, it certainly would have been taller than them. I mean, holy cow. That's... especially with these elongate neural spines along the back right there. This kind of hump along its back. And it's really funny. Nobody ever says, oh, Dinochirus had a sail. Everybody admits it was a hump for Dinochirus, but you try and saying that about Spinosaurids and people lose their stuff. Yeah.
And some anatomical clues, like the toothless beak, showed that scientists were right in thinking that Dinochirus was a gigantic ornithomimosaur. But it was the weirdest looking ostrich mimic that anyone had ever seen.
That's kind of an off-the-wall reconstruction, but I like it. I like it. Yeah, look at these weirdo plumes, like on a bird of paradise or something. That's neat.
For starters, the skull, which was over 1 meter long, had a broad duck-like bill. And some of its backbones had tall neural spines supporting...
Again, triangle-shaped, she's not going to say sail, is she?
...a strange triangle-shaped sail.
Okay, I guess some people do say it was a sail. Oh, boy, that's clearly a bison-like hump right there, you know? But whatever.
At the end of its tail, the last few vertebrae were fused together into a structure called a
pygostyle.
In living birds, the pygostyle is an attachment point for tail feathers.
Yep.
So Dinochirus probably had a tuft of feathers at the end of its tail. These
Pretty
have been
cool.
seen in a few other non-avian dinosaurs, but nobody had ever found one on an ornithomimosaur before. And unlike some of the speedier ornithomimosaurs, Dinochirus...
What a weird skeleton, by the way. I just want to take a second and appreciate how incredibly bizarre this creature is. I mean, holy cow. It's got the basic ornithomimosaur body shape, but it's just embeefened itself significantly. Look how robust it is. Look at, man, how thick those leg bones are, especially the tib right there, the tibia. Holy moly. And then this kind of very short trunk right there. These elongate neural spines. Like, what a weird, weird creature. And its lower jaw is just significantly expanded. Probably for, like, scooping out, I don't know, water plants or something. Just really, really bizarre. Yeah.
had relatively short legs.
You like that embeefened avocado? Yeah.
Because of their squared off tips. Last but not least, there were the stomach contents. The Dinochirus from the 2009 site had a belly filled with over 1,000 tiny gastroliths. And
interesting.
sprinkled among the stomach stones were fish scales and vertebra. Clearly, this dinosaur had enjoyed a fishy meal before it died.
Maybe. Is it from fluvial sediments? Because it may have just been that stuff was getting washed into that rib cage by the current and just kind of caught there. I don't know. I'd love to see a way to like actually test this idea. Like, stuff found in the rib cage, is that actually gut contents? Or is that the result of fluvial flow, to be redundant? You know? A river washing crud into it.
Taken all together, this weird combination of features revealed a lot about Dinochirus and how it lived. Judging by the geology, experts already knew that about 70 million years ago, the formation that these dinosaurs were found in was a seasonal floodplain covered by a network of lakes and braided rivers. It may have resembled the Okavango Delta in modern-day Botswana, which has a mixture of permanent swamps and grasslands that flood periodically.
Very cool.
Local rock record shows that this formation was just full of predatory dinosaurs. The theropod Tarbosaurus is well represented. At 9.5 meters long and with an estimated weight of 4 metric tons, it would have been an awesome hunter.
It basically is like Mongolia's answer to T-Rex. In fact, it might be the ancestor of Tyrannosaurus. A year ago, I would have said, oh yeah, this animal is probably the ancestor of Tyrannosaurus. But now there's actually new evidence published in November that says that maybe Daspletosaurus from North America is the ancestor of T-Rex. And so, yeah, suddenly that story gets more complicated, which is really cool. But, I'm not going to get into talking about Daspletosaurus right now because I'd be talking about it all day. But, really cool new science on Daspletosaurus just came out recently.
There was also Aleoramus, a smaller tyrannosaurid species with an elongated skull.
And I'm not totally convinced that this isn't just a juvenile Tarbosaurus. In fact, I think it probably is just a juvenile Tarbosaurus.
With so many tyrannosaurids to contend with, some experts have hypothesized that the massive proportions of Dinochirus might have been an adaptation that helped it fend off would-be predators. After all, we know that Tarbosaurus munched on Dinochirus from time to time. Some Dinochirus gastralia have been found covered in bite wounds that match up with the size, shape, and placement of Tarbosaurus teeth. But we don't know if Tarbosaurus hunted or scavenged that Dinochirus. Nevertheless, being big might have given Dinochirus an edge against potential Tyrannosaurid attacks on the Cretaceous floodplains. But there was a trade-off. Because of its size, Dinochirus wasn't as fast as some of the other ornithomimids.
Definitely not.
And huge bodies require lots of food. Here, its wide beak gives us a major lifestyle clue.
Speaking of diet here, I don't know why the alerts are being so choppy. Tasty. Tasty indeed. Roses and Tea, thank you for those 12 months of support. It is almost a whole year, isn't it? 12 months? Pretty close there, Roses and Tea. Thank you, earnestly. Thank you for your ongoing support. It really does mean a lot to me, and I really appreciate it. So thank you, Roses and Tea. Holy cow. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Mentions of its lower jaw suggest that the creature had a powerful tongue, which it could have used in aquatic foraging to create a vacuum that would help suck up lake and river plants. As for the horrible hands themselves, recent research suggests that they were adaptations for digging up plant matter or raking in aquatic vegetation. And maybe those specialized hoof-like toes.
And that's the thing, is that when you look at the overall animal, those forelimbs aren't particularly robust. Like, it's kind of crazy. These enormous arms of Dinochirus, you know, you can show them chasing a tyrannosaur like this, but those arms are not actually all that beefy compared to the rest of the skeleton. I mean, they're really not, which is interesting. They just appear so huge and robust because the rest of the animal is even huger and robuster. It's relative. Very, very cool to think about, you know? Yeah. And Rex, no, there absolutely was a land bridge. That's how Edmontosaurus got to North America. From Asia, it seems. That's how our Alverasaurids probably came over from Asia, too. There was definitely a land bridge there during the time, Rex. Yeah. Yeah. Right around the end of the Campanian, I think. Beginning of the Maastrichtian epoch. Yeah.
Help keep it from sinking into the muddy riverbanks. The sail, however, is a bigger puzzle.
It's not. It just makes perfect sense based on how the animal's built. How's that a puzzle? It's not a sail. It's a hump. There's ligaments that would attach to that. It's like a suspension bridge, you know? It's like, for instance, the Golden Gate Bridge. Right here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. You've got that big suspension tower. You've got those cables that run down from it. And then there's cables that run down from that. And that suspension tower, those towers are help hold up the bridge deck. And it's the same thing that we've got right here in Dinochirus. Does that make sense? It's like this is the suspension tower, and it helps hold up the bridge deck there. You know, this long span of vertebrae stretched out in front and behind. It makes perfect sense. How is that a mystery? Maybe she's going to explain it in a second, and I'm jumping the gun here, but we'll see. Yeah. Rahabifian says, isn't there evidence that tyrannosaurs were an invasive species to Laramidia from Asia? That's a matter of dispute, Rahabifian, yeah. Yeah. Seems like most people were kind of on board with the idea of Tarbosaurus evolving into Tyrannosaurus and then coming across the land bridge. But it could be that Tyrannosaurus is homegrown if it is descended from Daspletosaurus. It's a good question, you know? Yeah. It's still a matter of debate. Yeah. And Ghosty Trash Ash, thank you for the hydrate. Let's continue. Yeah.
Other sailback dinosaurs have come to light over the years, including the predatory Spinosaurus and Ouranosaurus, which was a large herbivore. In past decades, some paleontologists argued that these sails might have been used to help regulate body temperature. Others say they supported lots of fatty tissue, much like the humps on living bison.
And it's not fatty tissue, it's... Oh, boy. I'm not going to talk about this right now because a colleague of mine is actually working on a project that deals with this very issue. And, but yeah, anyway.
Both hypotheses were later criticized, though. It's also possible that the sails were used for display, making the animals look bigger and or more attractive to mates. The jury's still out.
Not with something that's that big and, like, structural here. I mean, this is like, you know, shoot. I'm trying to find the... Oh, well, when you look at those are like a structural part of the animal. This is not something that evolved for display. This is like, it's got biomechanical significance. Oh, yeah.
Making the animals
it was an aerodynamic control service. There you go, Avocado. They went sailing with it.
look bigger and or more attractive to mates. The jury's still out. Regardless, while Dinochirus was an ornithomimosaur through and through, it didn't just look like a scaled-up ornithomimus. And in hindsight,
Yes, I mean, look at how thick these vertebrae are. This is not display. This is not like the sail of a pelycosaur like Dimetrodon or a Daphosaurus. There's something structural going on here that causes these vertebrae to be so embethened, you know? For them to be so robust. So yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Avocado.
Instead of speed, it went for size to avoid being preyed upon, and its broad beak helped it snack on abundant aquatic resources of its seasonal floodplain home. Dinochirus reminds us that the fossil record is full of surprises, but also that it's a precious resource, and paleontologists aren't the only ones out there prospecting.
SV Harkin says, put a cigarette in that snout and it looks just like my dad. Really, SV Harkin? You've got a cool dad there. Wow. Except for the smoking part, maybe.
Without a well-connected fossil dealer, a sharp-eyed paleontologist, and a little luck, we'd still be asking ourselves, what's up with those horrible hands?
Very, very cool. So that is Dinochirus, and if you would like to watch a longer video, we're not going to watch it here, but here's Phil Curry talking about the Dinochirus story.
What kind of dinosaur this might represent. You could look at those arms and you could tell it was a carnivorous dinosaur. But as you know, a big specimen like Tyrannosaurus rex has very short arms.
Yeah.
So you extrapolate from these 2.5 meter long arms and you start thinking this is a carnivorous dinosaur. If it's related to Tyrannosaurus rex, we're looking at an absolutely fantastically sized meat-eating dinosaur. But that
so yeah,
really didn't make any sense. And
if you'd like to watch the rest of this, there is that video right there in the chat. But let's get back into Jurassic World Evolution here. Here we go. And let's continue watching our Dinochirus. Very, very cool. It's an interesting choice that they made with that kind of anteater stripe running up the body like that. They're doing some scratching in the ground. But this is really lovely. Oh my goodness, I like this a lot. Yeah. And they know that's not a sail right there. Look at how the body just kind of comes up to a peak like that. That's not some narrow sail along the animal sagittal plane. That is a hump right there, which makes a ton of sense from a biomechanical standpoint. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. It carried around squads of Microraptor commandos. Yeah, somebody was talking about dinosaur aircraft carriers. Yeah. Clearly it has anti-tarbosaur lasers, says 6-Foot Turkey. Yeah, a whole battery of them. That's not a dinosaur, that's a Dimetrodon. Ghosty Ash, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And it is beautiful, isn't it, Lenina? Holy cow. What a cool animal. And again, the more authentic the dinosaurs are in Jurassic World Evolution, the more compelling they are. They should have done this from the beginning, you know? Oh my god, I really wish they had. I really wish that they had, like, departed from the movie designs and actually made the animals more authentic. Like these ones. This is gorgeous. I would have loved to have seen designs like this when the game first came out. But, you know, it's Jurassic World, so those artists and developers are kind of hamstrung. They've got to go with the IP in order to make it movie accurate or whatever. So yeah. Oh, and are they... He's hungry? Okay, shoot. Fish feeder. They eat fishes in this game? I'm not convinced these animals actually ate fish. But if that's what they want here, that's what they shall have. There we go. And look at that scratching. Oh man, this is just like in Prehistoric Planet. I love it. I really think they took a cue from that. And now you're gonna catch some fishes? What are you gonna do here? How's this gonna work? That doesn't make the most sense to me, but okay. Yeah. Yeah, nice. Very nice. You seem pretty happy now. Good for you. Very nice. Yeah. I mean, it really is just like a big, weird-looking bird, basically. That's what theropod dinosaurs are. They're big, weird-looking proto-birds, essentially. That's the way to think about most dinosaurs, honestly. They are the group that birds evolved from. They are big, weird, terrestrial, flightless birds. How cool is that? And speaking of birds, it's time for Thursday BIRDSday. We're 3 hours into the stream. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and get into Thursday BIRDSday here. Somebody type in the birds command real quick. Want to change category? Thank you, Claire Burr. Thank you. Let's do that indeed. Because look, right now, shoot, we've got like 139 more viewers than the next channel in this category. Oh boy. So sorry, Jurassic World Evolution 2. We're gonna significantly decrease your viewership right now. But let's change to science and technology, perhaps? And we'll see what things look like there. Let's go to science and technology category. And shoot, this is still going to put us in the top. Holy cow. And it is Thursday BIRDSday. Yes, indeed, Aberrantologist. Yes, indeed. Thursday BIRDSday is today. I'm going to come up with like a video stinger for Thursday BIRDSday. In fact, actually, let's do that real quick. For Thursday BIRDSday, we didn't play this at the beginning today, so let's do it here. Thursday BIRDSday, where is this? Here we go. We'll use this as a little opener for Thursday BIRDSday. How about it?
We now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. What I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch. Are the birds going to eat us, Mommy? Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your
Success.
Welcome to Thursday BIRDSday, everybody, and a very happy Thursday BIRDSday to you. This is the part of Paleontologizing where every week we celebrate birds, and we look at different photographs submitted by members of chat of birds that they've encountered throughout their week. And we try and identify with them. We talk about them. Birds, of course, are living dinosaurs. Dinosaurs didn't go completely extinct 66 million years ago. There are over 10,000 species that still roam our skies, our forests, our city streets. They still steal hot dogs from
The infant?
from tourists.
Ontogeny.
Oh, the humanity.
Bubsy, thank you for your 23 months of subscription, Bubsy. Holy cow, thank you for your loyalty and your support. And look, we've got a lovely Tinamou bird here. Very excited about those 10 gift subs. Uh-oh, 10. That's a lot, Spartan. May have slightly overloaded our bird here.
So Spartan Zero is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Spartan, thank you so much. Holy cow. You know I appreciate that, Spartan. Thank you very, very much for that generosity and that support. 10 gift subs. There are now 10 people in chat who will not have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. They get an uninterrupted paleontologizing experience. And they get all those emotes, too, like these ones. Very pertinent to Thursday BIRDSday. Are birds dinosaurs? Yes, birds are dinosaurs. Thank you, Spartan, for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. You know how much I appreciate that and what a difference it makes. So thank you, Spartan. I really do appreciate it. Holy cow. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. So yeah, we were talking about Thursday BIRDSday. Every week here on Paleontologizing, I ask members of chat to pay attention to birds going about their daily lives as you're going about your daily lives. If you go out for a walk, you know, at any time during the week and you see a bird, snap a picture of it. If you're walking from your car to your office during the day and you see a bird, take a picture of it. Doesn't matter if it's the most common of house sparrows or feral rock doves, pigeons, or gulls, or even if it's something very exotic, like there's an ostrich running down the street, or, you know, a roseate spoonbill glaring at you through your kitchen window or something. Take a picture of it. Submit it to the Discord and the Thursday BIRDSday channel. We'll go over it, and that's what we're going to do right now. And it doesn't have to be a fancy camera at all, as you will see. Blurry cameras, blurry cell phone cameras work just as well. Exactly, Lenina. That's mine. I've actually got... I've got a very scuffed picture today, but I think you'll be proud of me for having taken it. I had to use some ingenuity, you know? So yeah, let's get into it. Let's pull up the old Discord. There we go. Open it in my browser. And let's see what different viewers have submitted for Thursday BIRDSday. Excellent. 327. There we go. Meteor has got a dinosaur and mammal living in harmony. Holy cow. This looks like a ring-necked pheasant. And a piggo. And they're just chilling. Very cool. Ring-necked pheasants, really, really cool theropod dinosaurs. Let's get a bigger, closer look at this. Very nice. These, I think, are galliform birds. I think they're, we'll look them up on the Tree of Life real quick. But I'm pretty sure they're related to, like, chickens and their relatives. Chickens and turkeys. Ring-necked pheasant, or common pheasant. There we go. Very cool. They're best buds, says Eberentologist. They look like it.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Radiza Dego, for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. There's the common pheasant right there. They're doing really well. Least concern means they're not even close to endangered. And they are related to other pheasants, obviously. What is up with the wattled pheasant? There's like a children's drawing here? Siamese fireback? That's not a different kind of pheasant. That's just a different ontogenetic stage. But yeah. Pheasants. Going further up the tree. More pheasants. Even more pheasants and partridges. I guess partridges are the closest living relatives to pheasants. And then ptarmigans and prairie chickens. Very cool. Yeah. What a lovely picture. I love to see dinosaurs and mammals getting along, you know? Yeah. Burying the hatchet and spending some time together. Good for them. No, cuteness indeed. Yes, this is lovely. I really like that. And let's see. Oh, concretions. Yeah, meteor concretions. Oh, that is really cool. Remains on its plinth. That's not a bird, but I get your point, meteor. That's neat. And no, wait, hang on. This is the wrong. I'm in the wrong category. Shoot. Where's Thursday BIRDSday? Shoot. Streamer promo. I'm terrible at this Discord thing. Here we go. Thursday BIRDSday. Tarquin. Yeah, that is indeed a turkey vulture. Very nice, Tarquin. We talked all about turkey vultures last week. Really nice, yeah. I've never seen these in life before, so this was pretty cool. At first I thought it was a big old raven, but the wings and size were a giveaway. That and also the angle at which they hold their wings. Kind of that upward shape, that kind of chevron shape like that. Wings at the up angle. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And wait, Meteor says his name was Winston. Winston Smith. Oh, from 1984. My friend had a dog named Winston. And the dog, she was a female dog, but her name was Winston. I always thought that was really funny. When they named the dog, they didn't realize she was a girl. Not like it really matters, but yeah. Yeah. The Berkshire Rare Old Breed. Very cool, Meteor. Very cool. No, you're great, Meteor. Thank you for sharing the pheasant with us. That was really cool. And there's the turkey vulture there, just on the... Did it land right there on the solar panels? That's neat. Very cool. And it flew off after perching there for like 20 minutes. I think it was grooming itself. They do that. Yeah. Turkey vultures actually spend a lot of time on the ground. I took a picture of a turkey vulture on the beach the other week. A male cardinal singing the song of his people. Let's have a listen. After we unmute the tab. Come on now. Very nice. Ah, cardinals. Remember we saw them earlier in today's stream when we were talking about the different melanosomes, the different color cells and their different shapes. Cardinals have got those kind of short, squat color cells. And those are for that, excuse me, that reddish color. Rufus is what it's often called. Very cool, Paper Cuts. Very cool indeed. Thank you for sharing. That's really neat. Yeah. Kleber says suborbital stealth geese making a quick maneuver below the clouds before heading back into the upper atmosphere for prolonged missions. Reno is really enjoying the shape of the stingray they make. Shape of a stingray they make. Oh. Oh, look at that. That is really cool. That's really neat. That's so many geese. Holy cow. Wow, you're lucky to have this many geese around where you live, Kleber. That's really awesome. And it is a stingray shape. Reno is like 100% right about that. That's really wild. Let's see that again. Very, very cool. And Lilith Hobo. Lilith Hobo, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Very nice, Lilith Hobo. How was your stream? I hope it was good. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, cool stuff. Thank you for sharing, Claire Burr. And Kaizen, is this a Kia right here? We were talking all about Kias last week. These remarkably intelligent birds. Native to New Zealand. It's a type of parrot. They are crazy smart, like scary smart. Very, very cool. Very cool, Kaizen. That's a lovely photo, too. Wow. Lenina has got a local blue jay. I don't have blue jays where I live, so this is awesome. Man, look at the white on those feathers. Very cool. I get scrub jays, and very occasionally I'll see a Stellar's jay, but never blue jays. That's more of an East Coast and maybe Midwest kind of a deal. I guess Texas too. But very cool, Lenina. Very cool. Yeah. They make such a mess with the seed. Yeah, they're not... Birds are not known for being clean animals, clean and tidy in their environment. They can make a mess. Unless, of course, they are being purposefully very neat and tidy. Yeah. Let's see here. Here we go. From the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, this is a bowerbird delivering some flowers. So I guess this particular kind of bowerbird really likes the color red. And so, yeah, they will clear off an area of the forest floor around their nest. I guess it's a male probably, and he's trying to attract a female. But, yeah. They construct this bower like this out of various bits of vegetation. And these are like the master interior designers of the bird world. Very, very cool. So some birds can be very, very neat. But blue jay is apparently not one of them. You know? Yeah. You've never seen that before, Noah? No, it's really, really cool. Yeah. Here, let's see. Let's try this right here, maybe. Apologies to anybody watching on YouTube. You probably won't be able to hear this part. But yeah, take a look. World's weirdest. Whoa. They like the color blue. Yeah, see roses and Tinos, yeah. Yeah. So there's that bower that he's building there. And there's a female. And he's like, look at all my blue. Look at how blue it is. She's out of here. Yeah, girls love straws. There you go, Six for Turkey. He's grasping at straws. Literally. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. Impress her. So many blue pieces of plastic. Oh, he's got some keys. I don't know what they would do. Probably flowers or berries, Nolo? Yeah. And there they go. The birds and the birds. There you go. Satin bowerbird. Pretty cool. Yeah. So birds, of course, can see the color blue. Mammals, most mammals cannot, from what I understand. I think most mammals are almost entirely colorblind. They can see maybe various shades of, like, yellow and green, but I don't think blue is one of the colors that they can see. So it's pretty neat. That's why a lot of birds are blue, like this blue jay there, because they can actually perceive the color blue, which is really neat. Different kind of restraint, Mayor's face, but yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah. And you didn't miss Birdsday. We just got started a little while ago, Birds with Dead On. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So very cool, Lenina. Local blue jay. Very blue bird. And a laughing kookaburra from a rune lore. Just had some rain. Nature preserve nearby, full of life. That's beautiful. Oh my goodness. Lovely kookaburra there. Very, very nice. Holy cow. So the kookaburra is the largest member of the kingfisher family. I think we talked about this when I showed my kingfisher, right? Kingfishers. Yeah, I think that's in here. Yeah, good, okay. Kingfishers. There's 93 species of kingfisher worldwide? That's nuts. Holy cow, but the kookaburra is one of them, the world's largest kingfisher. Very, very cool. Now, a few Thursday Birdsdays ago, I showed you my belted kingfisher that I photographed right here in the Bay Area. I was very lucky to see that. That's a lot smaller than a laughing kookaburra from down in Straya. They're much, much larger. Very cool. Yeah. And they sing amazingly too, says SV Harkin. Oh, is this the bowerbird? Here. Hopefully I don't get DMCA'd for this. Let's take a look at that.
He must now give her his full repertoire.
Here, we'll do this just to be careful. Very cool. That's super neat. Very cool. That's amazing. Thank you for sharing, SV Harkin. All right. Very cool. Anyway, that's a bowerbird. And where are bowerbirds compared to kingfishers like the kookaburra? Let's look them up on the Tree of Life. Bowerbird. I want to say they're related to like blackbirds or something, but I could very well be wrong. Let's go to the satin bowerbird. It's got to be a passeriform bird, right? There we go. Yeah. Bowerbirds. Okay. Tylonorhynchidae. Huh. Australian tree creepers, bowerbirds. And then, wow, so they branched off, shoot, pretty early on from these critters. Holy cow. Nutcrackers, warblers, meadowlarks, and buntings and chickadees. So they're very early diverging. That's interesting. I bet you they're a Gondwanan clade, because almost all of these are going to be from the southern hemisphere, from like Australasia, I guess. Catbirds, bowerbirds, tree creepers. Cool. Very cool. Yeah. Really, really neat. Anyway, another famous Australian bird. One of the most famous Australian birds, after the emu, of course. Laughing kookaburra. Very cool, rune lore. Thank you for sharing that. Very nice. And, Vigilantis is just a dinosaur using tools. And look at this. A bird scratching her head with the rachis of a feather there. That is super neat. Holy cow. How clever is that? Oh my goodness. Tool use. It's not just for primates, you know? It's It's actually more common in birds, from what I understand. Pretty cool. And what a pretty bird. Holy moly. Very neat, Vigilante. Thank you for sharing. And that is a conure, isn't it, Aberratologist? Yeah. A green cheek conure. Very cool, Bridget Denon. Very cool. Conure fans rise up. Let's look up conures on our Tree of Life here. And then we can go to the cherry-headed conure, which is so common in San Francisco. Parakeets here. Yeah. That actually looks like a cherry-headed conure. That's odd. Is that... cherry-headed, red-masked parakeet. Okay, so parakeets and conures, apparently. Tomato, potato, you know, two names for the same thing. Very cool. Red-masked parakeets, aka cherry-headed conures, are the famous wild parrots of Telegraph Hill in San Francisco. Yeah. Let's see here. Here's some in the rain. There's a whole... Oh, not in the rain. Sorry, just a cloudy day. But you almost always hear them before you see them. They're pretty cool critters. They really are. Yeah. So these had apparently been released. So they've gone feral, and now they're everywhere in San Francisco, which is really cool. Yeah. Just the local dinosaurs. There you go, Caterpillar. Yeah. Yeah. Really neat. Really, really neat. Yeah. Yeah. Dinosaurs on the loose, indeed, Trappy Jenkins. They've escaped. They've escaped their enclosure. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's see who else we got here for Thursday BIRDSday. So this little brown burb might be a sparrow of some kind. That looks like a mockingbird almost, Tarquin. That to me looks like a mockingbird. Let's see. Yeah, kind of reminds me of this right here. Could very well be a mockingbird. What do you think, chat? Leading us his classic mockingbird pose. Yeah. Very cool. Definitely says Green Herring. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Correctly identified a living dinosaur. Yeah. And don't kill it. Yes, exactly, Caterpillar. Don't kill a mockingbird. And whatever you do, do not mock a killing bird. Oh, boy. To mock a killing bird is to invite swift, or sometimes prolonged and painful death. Yeah. And don't Atticus offend you either. There you go. Clever, yeah. There you go. But very nice, Tarquin. Very nice. Meteor says... Oh, and Intrepid Cucumber.
From Jurassic Park. Let's protect
Thanks for the follow.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
True. Intrepid Cucumber, thank you for that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Meteor says, young Weka. They are flightless and super pushy and brave. They do the booming thing also, before the dawn chorus particularly. Interesting. Weka. An adult Weka for comparison. These... What? I'm not really familiar with these birds. by the cheeky weaker. Let's have ourselves a look. Why don't we? Look at this amazing dinosaur here. Very nice. Yeah. And hey, how you doing, Rabbit? Welcome back. Yeah. Mayor Space, don't mock that killing bird. Very cool. A Weka. Where are these guys native to? I'm gonna guess Australia or New Zealand. But, New Zealand. Okay, Kleber. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah. And Zool, interesting. Paper plate with a bird feed on her face. Interesting. Very interesting. Look at that cheeky Weka. So that's not really a New Zealand accent. It's Y2 guttural. Very cool. Oh, and I didn't even realize that's the dog right there. That's the nose of a sleeping dog. This bird's like, hey, you're sleeping? I'm a bird. I'm gonna come up and I'm gonna mess with you. Very cool. A Weka. What a neat critter. That is really, really neat. Thank you so much for posting there, Meteor. Very nice. And Tarquin saw some kind of raptor walk around the block. That's another turkey vulture, it looks like. You could tell based on how it is. Oh, and not Weka? It might be Weka now. I don't actually know. I don't know. Was I mispronouncing Weka? Is it actually Weka? But yeah, see, Caterpiggle gets it. You can tell by the way it is. It looks like a turkey vulture. Very cool, Tarquin. And a European herring gull. Very cool, Patrick Pirate. Very cool. We were talking about these just last week. We were talking all about gulls. But yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Man, herring gulls get big. And a moorhen from Mayor of Space. Is that what that is? Moorhen. Must be. Man, it's such a, like, subtropical bird. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, love gulls, love moorhens. You're in the right place, Birds did on. Yeah. Very cool. Now, we were talking all about gulls last week. Yeah, the eternal vilification of gulls. They are very cool birds, but they really get a bad rap. And unfortunately, their numbers are in decline. So, they used to be much more common than they are today, especially in the UK. So yeah. The overall trend over recent decades is for herring gulls. Is overall population decline, which is a real shame. They're such cool birds. Just look at that. Beautiful. That's actually a white-headed gull, apparently. But yeah. Anyway, here's a link. If you like gulls and you'd like to learn about why they are misunderstood, and you'd like to commiserate with a paleontologist about that, then check this out. Hacks versus Wildlife, the eternal vilification of gulls. Yeah. Seagull terror, lock up your babies. Experts warn giant birds will kill tots. I should actually be reading that with a British accent, shouldn't I? From the UK. Seagulls, gash 2, killer seagulls. Fisher seagulls in reign of terror. Man called 999 as seagull stole food. Is that the emergency number in the UK? It's different from the US, obviously. Or maybe that's the headline, is that he was so distraught over this gull stealing his food that he forgot the proper numbers, you know? But anyway, this sort of thing always reminds me of, like, weasels ripped my flesh. You know, this kind of thing. These ridiculous, you know, magazine covers. Yeah, we've got a whole collection of them here, right? Yeah. I fought in the bloodbath terror. If they don't have a gull one, they should. Yeah. Flying rodents ripped my flesh. Yeah. Seagull flew off with my cat. Grand shocked as bird attacked pet in ear garden. Anyway, yeah. Gulls are really cool animals, and they deserve our respect and our admiration. And, you know, so do moorhens, although they're not often as vilified as gulls are. I kind of want to see what these animals sound like, because they look like they might be related to a coot, and coots sound like squeaky toys. So I kind of wonder what a moorhen would sound like. Moorhen bird sound. Let's have a look. Kind of like a coot, I guess. Very cool. Oh, and they are rails like coots. Thank you, Green Herring. And Museka, that does make sense. 999 is our emergency service number. Nice. Yeah, and they're rails. Let's look them up on our Tree of Life. Also. Moorhen. Common moorhen. Yeah. And Caterpiggle says, I've read that birds hear sound at lower pitches because they experience time slower. Not sure how accurate there is. There's an interesting video about that we might want to check out, actually. Yeah, Gallinula. Gallus means chicken. So this is like chicken form or something? Chloropus. Let's jump from there to, say, the American coot. I bet you it's not super far. American coot. There you go. It's, you know, in the same neighborhood. Very cool. American coot. Close relative. Very nice. Very nice. Cool. Yeah. Now, who else do we have got on here? Thank you, Mayor Space, for posting that moorhen. Very nice. I wish we had these where I live, but we've got American coots instead. And Canada geese. There you go, Golganek. Very nice. Bronta canadensis. Yeah. These could also be a killing bird, I suspect. Don't mock a killing bird. Don't mock a Canada goose. They'll cook your goose. Yeah. Gazing intently at the sus mammal. Golganek. That's awesome. Canada geese are really, really neat animals. They really are. Like most big birds that live on the ground, you know, the larger the bird, the more difficult it is for it to take off. And so I think there's kind of... Somebody should devise like a graph where the larger the bird gets, the heavier the bird gets, the meaner it is. Because with birds that have to spend most of their time on the ground, and they can't just take off in a flash, they might have to get a running start or something, they have to be able to hold their own and fight when they're on the ground. So they tend to be meaner. You know, they've got more attitude. And Canada geese are, you know, they're on the ascending part of that graph. They've got some attitude, and I love them for it, you know? How do we quantify mean? Birds are dead on. It's a great question, actually, Birds are dead on. Yeah, I don't know. That would be a difficult experiment to design, I grant you. Yeah. So, yeah. And a tufted titmouse. Rizu, that is beautiful. Look at that photo. It's really familiar. Oh, is this the same feeder as last time? I recognize the feeder. But beautiful photo there. That's lovely. A tufted titmouse. What do they look like in profile, I wonder? Yeah. Tufted titmouse. Wow. Look at that rufous coloration there under the wing. That's really nice. I like that a lot. They're little cutie pies. They really are green herring. They really are. This is probably a male, right? And the females are probably a little bit less... Well, I don't know. Maybe they're not super dimorphic in terms of coloration. Male and juvenile. Okay, adult and juvenile. Yeah, okay. I guess they don't show a lot of dimorphism. Very cool. And the Disney bird of real life. Wait, what is this? What is this? Leslie the bird nerd. Oh, we've seen her videos before.
Researching about the tufted titmouse and watching videos of them have given me a good insight into what these birds must be like.
It's Canadian,
Although
isn't she?
I don't have them in my location and therefore not familiar with them as I am with the chickadees. I can imagine myself spending just as much time with these birds as I do the chickadees, nuthatches, blue jays, gray jays,
They're adorable.
and sparrows that I get in my area. It wouldn't be long before I'd be naming individuals of this charming species.
Oh.
Their endearing look in similar ways that they do things like their cousin the chickadee certainly makes them highly lovable. I want to point out that one thing about these birds that have always struck me is just how almost unreal they look. As if a drawing, but here in real life.
Yeah.
They are the quintessential Disney bird as far as I'm concerned. Bearing all the key elements required. A dainty bird with big cute eyes, charming crest, and pretty coloration.
That's an interesting insight there. Like, I like that take. That's really interesting.
Belonging to the same family as chickadees, parody, the tufted titmouse is a regular feeder visitor. For people in the eastern United States, this is one of the most familiar birds, thanks to their way of readily hanging around neighborhoods.
We don't have them here in the Bay Area, to my knowledge.
Common in deciduous forests, these charming birds can be seen showing off their acrobatic skills as they hang upside down or sideways.
There you go, 6-foot
while
turkey.
checking out a cone
Bird
or
feeder
trunk.
camera? Yeah. I really wish I were allowed to have a bird feeder where I live, but it is apparently against the HOA rules for my apartment. I can't have a bird feeder. I do have a hummingbird feeder, but hummingbirds are not considered birds according to HOA rules. They're considered insects. And yes, this is laid out in the official HOA rules. It's pretty ridiculous. So, yeah, anyway. So cicada feed inside, I guess, Claire Burr? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, I would also love to have a bird feeder camera. We might have to do that one of these days. Maybe we could do a hummingbird stream, and I'll set up my cameras outside by the hummingbird feeder or something. I don't know. Yeah. And you don't really have HOAs in the UK? That's because you're a civilized country, Vigilante. Yeah. You also have healthcare for your people. We don't have that here in the US. You know? We don't have healthcare. I mean, we have gun care and health control in the US. But I digress. Let's get back to the tufted titmouse.
With striking dark eyes, a distinctive pointy crest, and stout bills, the tufted titmouse is easy to identify. Tufted refers to the crest of feathers on their head. And titmouse comes from the Old English words tit and mace, meaning a small bird. Mace became obsolete and replaced with mouse, a familiar word that described their quick movements, much like a small rodent. Their adorable crest is similar to two other very familiar birds, cardinals and blue jays, and can help to express their mood to others in the flock.
Yeah, man, I could watch the whole rest of this, but we got to continue. Shoot, here's a link to that video. There you go. And beautiful, beautiful picture for Mizu there. Really, really nice, Rizu. I like that a lot. Lovely tufted titmouse. And then an acorn woodpecker in the peaks of the mountains in Ciudad Victoria. Dr. Tara, very nice. Very nice indeed. An acorn woodpecker. I wonder if they treat telephone poles with any sort of thing in order to prevent woodpeckers from pecking holes in them and stuffing acorns inside or anything. They very well might. I don't know. And look at all of these turkey vultures. Dorkalotto, that is... No, these are not turkey vultures. These are black vultures, aren't they? I think these are black vultures, which you can get out on the East Coast. We don't have them here in the Bay Area, in coastal California, but you do get them out east, I think. So I think these are probably black vultures. Is that right, Green Herring? Am I right about that? Yeah. Goth turkeys? Yeah, I'm right. Excellent. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice, Dorkalotl. And very nice, Dr. Tara. I love that. This is an excellent Thursday BIRDSday photo. You know, just a bird that you encountered during your week. And look at that big, beautiful black vulture. Look at you. Wow, it almost looks bigger than a turkey vulture. Very nice. And this is a wrap-up song. We don't want that yet. There we go. That's better. And Tarquin, so many pictures this week. This channel has turned me into an amateur birder, and I love it. That's awesome, Tarquin. That's awesome. Yeah, look at those geese and those ducks. Separated. They usually get along pretty well, though. And Chilean flamingos now. That's lovely. Here at the zoo, beautiful. Did you know that in zoos, flamingos actually have to be fed a special diet in order to get them their, like, the pink color that visitors expect? Yeah. Let's take a look at... Let's see... Why are flamingos pink? Flamingos, only true facts. I'm trying to find you a decent video about this. Let's try this, maybe.
Oh, just looking at Lake Natron makes you wonder if you're still on Earth. The red water looks nightmarish. Then you smell it. It's like a poisonous chemical cocktail. Snakes, lizards, birds, any living creature is afraid to go near the lake. Even hyenas pass by it, and those hungry guys are hard to scare.
Oh, sorry. Why is it in Korean? Oh, goodness. Subtitles. Let's do auto-translate to Inglés, por favor. There we go. Yeah.
All around. Hardly any vegetation grows. There's also a volcano nearby that oozes black lava.
So anyway, flamingos are white unless they eat a certain diet, Ice Allen, yeah.
Hot water geysers complement the alien landscape. The Scarlet Lake reaches scalding temperatures, almost as hot as a fresh cup of coffee. Water evaporates quickly. What remains, salt.
And yeah, that's probably gonna be a better video. Let's get to the... This is like sensationalistic here. It's a little much.
Since 75% of all the lesser flamingos in the world are born here. And this pink bird, always practicing its balancing act on one leg, isn't as goofy as it seems. I mean, it stands around in boiling hot...
Anyway, let's take a look at this one from Roses and Tea, maybe? This is going to be a cartoon video? Okay.
Ahoy! Let's think. Today we answer the question, why are flamingos pink? Birds are one of the most colourful creatures in the animal kingdom. But when you think of birds with an unusual colour, you probably think of the flamingo. Flamingos are most known for their pink hue. But where exactly do they get this unique colour from? Flamingos are the perfect example of the saying, you are what you eat. When flamingos are first born, they don't automatically have the pink hue we're so familiar with.
Nope.
Baby flamingos are born with grey feathers, which turn to pink as they grow older, due to their diet. Pink is not the only colour flamingos can come in. Some flamingos can be orange or white, depending on what they eat and how much of it. The most popular pink colour is due to the brine shrimp and blue-green algae that flamingos commonly eat. Once eaten, the liver will break down the organic pigments, or carotenoids, into pink and orange pigment molecules. These molecules will then be absorbed in fat and distributed to the feathers, face and legs of the flamingo to give off that pink hue. Carotenoids are mainly found in algae, so flamingos who eat more algae will be brighter in pink than those that may eat shrimp, insects and small fish.
There you go. Huh.
Another animal you may see this in is with salmon, which is
Really?
also known for its pink colour due to its diet of shrimp and krill. But don't use this as an excuse not to eat your Brussels sprouts in fear of turning green. Although we may eat the same items, our diets are more balanced and consist of a wider variety, so there's no worry of our skin or hair turning a different shade. So that's why flamingos are pink.
That's why flamingos are pink, unless you're one of those guys. Oh, man, we had a state representative in the state of Montana. It's a representative, right? Yeah, let's see. Yeah. There he is. His name is Stan Jones. And I remember one time I was eating lunch in the Medical Arts Building in Bozeman, Montana, where there's a bunch of like doctor offices and stuff like that. And anyway, I worked just down the street, and that was a place where I could sit and eat lunch and get away from work for a little while. And I saw this guy walking down the street, and yeah, and his skin is blue, because of this weird like, yeah. This, like, dietary supplement thing that he would take called colloidal silver. And it's like a, you know, pseudoscience alternative medicine kind of deal. But it turns your skin blue. And, is this the same guy? It's either him or him. I want to say it was the guy with the beard. But anyway. So, yeah. Yeah. Colloidal silver turns you blue, but can it save your life? No. He's camouflaged here. Oh, man. So anyway. But flamingos, just like this guy, their color actually changes because of what they eat, which is pretty interesting. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, very cool, Nell. Thank you for sharing. And I find it weird that you can find flamingos high in the Andes. I think we only have flamingos from South America and Africa, right? And they tend to live in pretty inhospitable environments. But yeah, you can find them way, way up, like, I think like 8,000, 9,000 feet of elevation up in the Andes. And these, like, mountain lakes. Yeah. And Britt has got I know this particular theropod dinosaur. Britt, this is Passer domesticus, the house sparrow. And this, also known as the English sparrow. These were introduced to North America, and they are, that's a lovely photo, by the way. They're invasive, they're ubiquitous, but they're also important in the sense that they are kind of a model organism. Like, you can run all kinds of experiments on them because their biology is really well understood. And in some definitions of what a dinosaur is, we actually take the house sparrow into account. So there's one definition for what a dinosaur is, And it is the common ancestor of Triceratops prorsus, Passer domesticus, the house sparrow, and all of that common ancestor's descendants. So, like, each of these dinosaurs kind of forms the upper parts of that V, and then you've got the common ancestor at the bottom. So everything contained within that V is a dinosaur. So it's just kind of one way to explain what is and what is not a dinosaur. Kind of to define it. But yeah, that is one of the outgroups, one of the sides of that V that we use for saying that. Under that definition, you know? So very cool. Yeah. He sat with me while I ate my kale bowl. I mean, that's one of the things that house sparrows are really, really good at, is getting along with people. That's one of the reasons why they're so common, is that they don't insist on having a nest, like, in a particular kind of tree, or they you use this material or that material to make their nest. They'll nest just about anywhere, and they don't mind if it's near people. Kind of like pigeons are the same way. Pigeons just feel comfortable around people. They've, as their species evolved, they grew to be really, really comfortable around people. And that's one of the reasons why they're so successful, is because we're everywhere, and we unwittingly create habitat for house sparrows like this. Just about everywhere. When I was a kid, in my school growing up, you know, we had those old-fashioned bells, like an analog bell. They'd be in the hallway. And it's like an open-air hallway. But they'd be in the hallway there, and, you know, every 50 minutes the bells would go off, and they'd be really, really loud. But, you know, it was a school bell. You know what I'm talking about. Let me show you a picture. Yeah. It looked like this. Yeah. There was a family of house sparrows that built a nest inside the bell. And, like, I would see them flying in and out of it, and hear their little chicks in there and everything, and yeah, it's like, oh, that's really cool. They're taking advantage of that abandoned bell. You know, clearly that bell's broken. It's been deactivated for a long time, but it's really neat of them to, you know, to set up shop in there, to build a little home. But no, the bell was not deactivated, and they just put up with the noise because it was the right shape for them. They felt comfortable in there, and apparently they didn't mind the noise. A family of deaf sparrows. Well, that's the thing too, Saranlin, is the way that bird hearing works is different from how our hearing works as mammals. Like, our inner ears are comprised of little bones. The malleus, the incus, and the stapes. And it's a fairly decent kind of design, I guess, except that it breaks down over time. Like, there's actual mechanical moving parts in there that don't regenerate throughout our lives. They break down with time, and that's why elderly people are usually hard of hearing. Elderly mammals, the older you get as a mammal, the worse your hearing gets, usually. Birds don't work like that. Their hearing is different. They've actually got, like, a little microscopic hair-like structure inside of their ear that's really easy to, like, regenerate or heal. Let me see if I can find a video about this. Bird hearing. Yeah. Let's try this. What can birds hear?
Hi, my name is Steve. I take care of birds for a living. You might be wondering why I have a cone in my ear. It's because we're going to be talking about bird hearing. On a frequency basis, you can hear more different sounds than an average bird can, but we're going to talk about the different ways that birds have adapted their hearing to their particular needs.
Your doorbell's a manual version of that. That's cool, Kala.
Birds have ears?
Oh, yeah.
Birds do have ears.
Mm-hmm.
Their ears are mostly inside their head, but you can see the opening out to the outside. It's easy to see the ear location on a vulture.
There's a vulture there.
Ears are below and behind the eye.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the ear is visible as a thin patch of feathers.
Right there.
Sometimes the feathers are smooth, but the ear is still there. Which raises an interesting question. How do birds hear? Imagine trying to hear with feathers on your ears. It seems impossible, but birds have a neat trick. The feathers over their ears are thinner and have fewer barbs so that sound can pass through unimpeded.
Pretty cool.
Not only that, but the feathers block wind noise while they're flying.
That's super cool. It's like having goggles over your eyes.
What a bird might hear if the wind hits its ear from the wrong angle. You're not going to hear much with that racket going on. On the other hand, if we put something soft in front of the microphone...
Yeah, watch. Isn't that cool?
Much better.
Yeah, that's neat. That's very neat.
Most birds hear best in the range of 1 to 4 kilohertz, but can hear as low as 100 hertz for a chicken, or as high as 12
like a windsock. Yeah, there you go.
For an owl.
Or a
Humans,
what do they call it?
Can hear in the range of 30 hertz to 20 kilohertz, with a peak of 2 to 5 kilohertz. Unless they're old.
Wind weasel. There you go, Clever. Yeah.
Concerts, in which case you can knock off the top 5 kilohertz. The bird with the best hearing is the owl. They can hear quieter sounds than humans.
Yeah, and their face is actually...
have facial discs of feathers that focus sound toward their ears.
Yep. Very cool.
Amplify your hearing using a simple cone made out of paper. You just make the end about as wide as your thumb. Then you can put it over your ear. I'm going to put it over the microphone so you can hear what the amplification sounds like.
These are good closed captions today, too. Yeah.
Resolution. One more thing about bird hearing, and this is way cool. You can process sound that's about 1/20th of a second. About this long. But birds' brains can process sound much faster, and they can process a sound that's just 1/200th.
So somebody in chat was bringing this point up, and I think this is true, yeah. Yeah.
So you might hear where a bird hears.
Very cool. Yeah. They have a better frame rate. There you go, Ice Allen. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that neat, Buttercup? Yeah. Yeah. 6-Foot Turkey wants to know, is that related to how mammal ears constantly move? So some mammal ears, yes, do. They kind of move like this. So mammals can have directional hearing like that. Birds obviously don't have that because they don't have external ear parts, you know? Apart from owls, but owls, they're like eye discs like that accumulate sound. Those don't move. They're fixed to their head. They actually move their head to hear directionally. Yeah. I can't move my ears either, Mayorspace. Yeah.
Here's a human whistling. And then here's a human whistling 4 times faster. Birds can process sound up to 10 times faster than we can.
No, we're not birds, Helix Fossil. What?
Individual notes in that whole song.
So now you've heard a few facts about bird hearing. I hope you'll share them loud and proud. And subscribe if that's...
Yeah, cool. Here's a link to that video. If you'd like to watch it on your own time there. Yeah. Yeah, some people can wiggle their ears and some people can't. Chickens pickens. There are like different muscles in there that are kind of vestigial from our mammalian ancestors. But yeah. What can bird hearing, bird inner ear maybe? Yeah. Let's see. Sound production and hearing in birds. So this is a talk about this.
The next topic in our avian physiology series is sound production and hearing.
Huh.
In this presentation, we will cover the following topics.
Let's see. Hearing and ear anatomy. Let's see if we can skip to that. Yeah.
The middle ear consists of the eardrum,
and 3 tiny bones called the malleus, the incus.
This isn't a mammal. Yeah.
These 3 bones make up the ossicles.
So we were talking about this just the other day. Was it yesterday or the day before? It was the day before Archaeoraptor. We were talking about the mammalian inner ear and how those bones, they actually used to be part of the lower jaw in our mammalian ancestors or our pre-mammalian ancestors. And then those little bones got shunted up into the inner ear and they actually became the inner ear bones. Birds don't have this system. They got something different. Yeah.
And send the vibrations to the cochlea in the inner ear.
And birds don't get tinnitus, no.
The ear is made up of the vestibule,
Not that I know of, yeah.
canals, and the cochlea.
Anyway.
Circled in black. Sensory.
And actually, this reminds me of a. I'll share a little mememular image with you. I sent this to Snail Chaser a while ago. But it deals with the inner ear anatomy, and I think you'll probably think it's funny too. I hope so, at least. Let's see. Where is that? There we go. Yeah. We've got snails in our ears, says Caterpillar. Yeah. Yeah. But no, that's not a snail. That's the cochlea in there. But yeah. If you'd like Snail Chaser to tell you what to do, go follow his Twitch channel. He's a good friend of mine. One of my oldest and dearest friends. We've known each other since kindergarten. And, anyway, yeah. But here we go. And you are not too late, Vigilante. We're going to get to your Thursday BIRDSday bird. Yeah.
So the outermost part, upper and lower, detect higher pitched sound, while the center sensory cells detect lower pitched sounds.
Anyway, yeah, let's get to bird ears.
Here, the sound waves hit the eardrum, which vibrates, and the vibrations will be sent to the ossicles.
Yep. So those are still bones.
Hair cells.
There we go. So this is how it works in a bird, where they basically have these tiny little hair cells in here. And these are what sense the vibrations in the air. But the thing is, unlike bones, these can heal really easily. So birds don't really lose their hearing as they age, because those can regenerate, which is really cool. Yeah.
As the hair cells move up and down from vibrations, the sound wave hits even smaller hairs that are on top of these original hair cells called stereocylum. These are the blue lines right here on top of the hair cells. The stereocylum bump into each other and bend.
So anyway, the birds have got a different system than we do, and it's interesting stuff. Here is a link to that video. And the cochlea actually means snail in your ear? Interesting. I was not aware of that. Birds have stereo sound? They do. They've got surround sound, Caterpillar. Well, no, in some ways, bird hearing is not as good as that of mammals, but in some ways, it's better, you know? Sort of like in the same way that, you know, dinosaurs would replace their teeth all the time. Like, they'd go through maybe every tooth in their mouth once a year. Just a constant conveyor belt of new teeth. But they don't have the precise kind of bite like mammals do. Mammal inner ear bones, you know, they can hear a wide range of different sounds, but that breaks down more quickly, you know? Pipsqueak Squid, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Pipsqueak_squid and their 15 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
I really appreciate that raid, Pipsqueak Squid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Howdy, howdy. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist doing some science outreach here on Twitch, like I do 5 days a week. And you have arrived just in time for Thursday BIRDSday, where we are covering some pictures of different birds that members of chat have posted to the Discord this week. Birds that they've photographed while out doing stuff in the world. Both the chatters and the birds. Anyway, birds themselves are living dinosaurs. Birds are the only group of dinosaurs that's still around. When that asteroid struck 66 million years ago, it wiped out all of the dinosaurs, except for birds. So strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went completely extinct. Birds evolved from small, meat-eating, feathered dinosaurs, and they're everywhere today. So we're celebrating that fact. Rat Acid, how are you doing? Squid Raid, welcome, welcome, Rat Acid. Squid, how was your stream? How did it go? Tell me about it. Yeah. Doing something called The Forest. Sounds relaxing and lovely. You know, like being in nature often is, right? Do we know why the birds survived? A big part of it was that they were small, Caterpillar. And it also wasn't all birds that survived. A lot of them actually went extinct. It was what? Just like fewer than 10% of the bird species survived the asteroid impact? Something like that? Let me pull up that graphic. Here it is. Yeah. Whoop, shoot. There we are. So I actually need to ask Pat where she got this. What paper this is from. But these different percentages are the percentage of animals, of these animals that went extinct when the asteroid hit 66 million years ago. For birds, it was 94% of them died out. For the non-bird dinosaurs, it was 100%. So only about 6% of bird species seem to have survived. But from that 6% of bird species, we've got all of the birds today, over 10,000 species. It was about 90% of mammals that died out. And holy cow, Ragged World, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's great to have you here. Holy cow, Ragged World.
Ragged World is calling in with 25 raiders to talk about dinosaurs.
Ragged World, welcome, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Yeah. And you've arrived on Thursday BIRDSday. We're talking about birds today, the only living dinosaurs. But hello, Sensia Katner, red-haired author, Viera Kiranov, Kraken Not Stirred, Sick Psycho. How are you doing? The fifth dimension cracks open and the raiders of the Ragged World descend upon thee, and I welcome them. Great to have you here. 2 feet long and 14 feet high. And Sick Psycho, thank you for the follow. And thank you, 3 Nomads, for the follow, too. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
If extinction didn't occur, successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
It's true.
Triceratops, 10 months to us.
Happy Triceratops 10 months to you indeed, Books, Brews, and Booze. Thank you for your ongoing support. And one really cool dude here with a really cool follow. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. How was your stream there, Ragged World? We just got another raid from Pipsqueak Squid a few minutes ago, too.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't.
Rat Acid. Thank you for the follow, Rat Acid. Appreciate that. We've got a bunch of cool new people here. I'm inclined to show you a quick little welcome video. Kind of introduce you to the channel. To talk about who I am. What a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch in the first place. All that good stuff. So without further ado, let's bring on previously recorded Danny to welcome all these cool new people. So, he's actually sneaking up behind me right now. So we will let him take center stage. Previously recorded, Danny. The floor is yours.
Well, thanks, present day, Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies,
then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Trurarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves spinosaurs. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jump or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us.
Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to our friends Peep Squeak, Squid, and Ragged World. It is great to have you here. Thank you again. And Pip Squeak, Squid, thank you so much, Squid, for those 2 months of support also. Really appreciate that. And Jackie Starbright and Ragged World, thank you for following too. Lovely to have you here. It really, really is. Today, we're doing what we call Thursday BIRDSday. This is a weekly tradition. And, Raven Demon Slayer. What a hardcore name. Thank you for that follow. Welcome. We're doing Thursday BIRDSday today. This is a weekly tradition on this channel wherein we celebrate living dinosaurs, birds. This is a way to encourage members of this community to go out into the wilderness or just, you know, maybe leave the computer every once in a while. Go for a walk and take a picture of any birds that you might see. So then take one of those bird pictures, submit it to the Discord channel, and we go over them live on Thursday BIRDSday. There's a lovely house sparrow, and we had a lengthy discussion just now about bird hearing and how birds hear if they don't actually have like external ears and stuff like that, like mammals or like mammals do. Sorry, I got something in my eye. But yeah, Britt, lovely house sparrow here. It doesn't have to be an exotic bird. Any kind of bird can prompt a cool discussion about birds. And yeah, oh, and that's wonderful. Thank you again, Pip, for bringing Jackie Starbright here. Jackie Starbright, you sleep well. And I hope to see you again soon. Yeah. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yes, leave the computer, Caterpiggle. You still have a computer in your pocket, and you can use that computer to take pictures of birds, right? Yeah, Bette Medler says Cliffs of Orvieto. Not 100% ID. I think some Eurasian magpies. My current European favorite. Bette Medler has been touring Spain. Right? They were hanging out with this species earlier, but I'm not sure if that's what these are. Could those be Eurasian magpies? I don't know. They do kind of sound like magpies. But very cool. Just hanging out in the side of that building. That's really, really cool. Very neat. Yeah, you recognize that noise? In Spain, we call them mirlos. Oh, blackbirds. Interesting. Okay. They could very well be jackdaws. That's actually kind of what I was thinking. Jackdaws or maybe some kind of nondescript magpie. Birds are dead on. They probably are jackdaws, though. You'd know better than I would, birds. Yeah. Very cool. Thank you for sharing there, Bette Medler. Thank you indeed. Very cool. Yeah. And Green Herring, one of our resident bird experts, has got a a Louisiana water thrush. It's not really a thrush, but it's actually one of the first warblers of the spring migration. They are typically seen near water, duh, bobbing their tails up and down and looking for food under the leaves. It's actually the first time I've seen one that I am sure is a Louisiana and not a more common / slightly stripier northern water thrush. This is phenomenal. Holy cow. And look at that thrush shape. Very, very cool. The American robin, famously, is a kind of thrush, right? Different from a European robin. But yeah, look at the... Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. That's really cool, Green Herring. That's really, really cool. Let's see if we can find... video of that. Louisiana water thrush. Yeah. Here we go. Very nice. What a beautiful little bird. It almost reminds me of a meadowlark too, but I don't know if they're closely related to meadowlarks. Arez4443, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And they're super tiny, much smaller than you'd think. Very cool. It'd be nice to see them doing their thing near the water.
First armored tank, you might say. That trunk is completely covered with thin, bony plates.
The Only Placebo, thank you for that follow. And welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Very cool stuff here. Very nice, Green Herring. Very, very nice. This actually reminds me of... I'm not going to pull up a video now because we'd be talking about it for a long time. But there's one species of passerine bird in North America that actually swims under the water. It's called a... I don't remember what it's called. You'll know it though, Green Herring. They hang out... Dippers! There you go. The American Dipper, right? Yeah. Yeah. Remind me next time and we'll watch a video of American Dippers. I did not know these birds existed until like a month ago. And now I can't get enough of them. They're super cool. But yeah. You don't have those here in the East? I want to say they're in like the Rocky Mountain region. Yeah. But very cool, Green Herring. Thank you so much for sharing. And Neilf, Ibis using a remote touch organ to find prey. Neilf, that's wonderful. Oh man, ibises are super, super cool. They're pretty neat. That long bill. Are ibises related to, are they related to curlews, I wonder? Or is that convergent evolution? We've got these long, droopy bills like that. How close are ibises to curlews? Ibises and spoonbills. Oh, that implies they're not close at all. If they're allied with spoonbills. Holy cow. Yeah. So an ibis and a spoonbill, these are close relatives. But this long droopy beak like that, or like this, it might look superficially similar to the beak of a curlew, but apparently, holy cow, they're not close at all. There's your curlews like that. Interesting. Very cool. Yeah. We would get these curlews out on the prairie in eastern Montana and central Montana. When I was working on the American Prairie Reserve, we would get these guys just out in the middle of the prairie. That's where they would hang out during the summer. And I guess during the winter, they would fly out to the coasts. And, yeah, they'd go south for the winter. But yeah, very cool. Yep, lovely convergent evolution. Aberrantologist. I love it too. It's good stuff. Anyway, ibis, very, very cool, Neil. That's a lovely photo. Almost looks like there's two ibises there. And Various Hens has got... Oh... little baby robins, maybe? Oh, very cool, Various Hens. Very cool. Yeah. Lovely. Various Hens. I like that a lot. Some kind of little passerine bird in there. Little baby. Yeah. Yeah. Baby finches made a nest in my chicken supply shelves. Oh, okay, baby finches. Nice. And Aberrantologist says, you like blurry bird pictures? You know I do, Aberrantologist. Well, do I have something for you? Is it a cactus wren? What is that? What could this be? I'm inclined to say cactus wren. That's a thing, right? I'm not just remembering. I'm just making up a name here. Interesting. Yeah. I bet you that's a cactus wren. Very nice. Very nice. There we go. It's a guess, but yeah. Very, very cool. I like that a lot. Aberrantologist, that's beautiful. What a cool place to take photos, too. There's gotta be... Are you out in, like, Arizona or New Mexico, maybe? That's super neat. You probably get roadrunners out here, too, huh? Very neat. And a red-tailed hawk snapped while driving down the road? Usually, they like to perch on higher things than this. But I guess the grass is so short here, they really don't mind. Yeah, that's lovely. Very cool. Very cool indeed. It looks a little small for a red tail. But I don't know, maybe it's just young. I'm not sure. Hunting that ditch. There you go. Brass wind chimes, yeah. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. And an aberrantologist says, I think it might be a Gila woodpecker. That does look woodpeckery, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, I bet you it is. Look at that silhouette. Yeah. It probably is there. Aberrantologist, I think you're right. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. And reminding you of the speed limit, says 6-foot turkey. Yes. Speed monitored by aircraft or by living dinosaurs, perhaps. Nice, nice. And let's see. And these calls so similar to rooks. They're small corvids. Oh, interesting. Nell, thank you. Video there. And Rizu, look at this. Is this a goldfish? Who is that yellow there? Now, what is that? What is this? A goldfinch. Right now they're changing from their dull olive winter look to the bright yellow summer plumage. That's very cool, Rizu. That's very, very cool. Holy cow. We get, I think, lesser goldfinches where I live. Looked smaller than this, but again, everything looks big in this camera. But that's really neat. Yeah. And we've got some loons here. Yeah. Holy cow. A common loon with some little babies on top. Very, very cool. Yeah. You always find the same individual loons in the same exact spot every year. Is there a reason for this? It's called site fidelity. It's something that dinosaurs actually did way back in the Cretaceous period. Probably earlier. And modern birds do that too. They remember these places and they go back year after year after year. Site fidelity. Very cool. And yeah, books, brews, and booze. If we don't have too many here left, we've got a few. Maybe we'll end with a little video about loons. But Moonrise Rabbit, look at this. Big, beautiful turkey here. Man, I saw a huge turkey the other day over in Alameda, but that's really cool. My dad took this in our backyard. After we took the old barn down, we got an increase of wildlife near the house. And Dad said this one was looking for my 10-pound dog. That turkey might weigh close to 10. Well, probably not close to 10 pounds. It's probably lighter than that. But yeah. Very nice, Moonrise Rabbit. Very nice. I love turkeys. They're so cool. And Saradlin says, some I've taken at the local park. There's two American coots with some chicks. Beautiful. Or no, they might not be American coots. They might be a different kind of coot. But they're coots, it looks like. Very nice. I've never really seen coot babies like this. That's beautiful. Oh, that makes me happy. And then, of course, we got some swans and swanlings. And some geese and goslings. And you're in England, Sarunlin. Okay. They're presumably not American coots, then. Very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah. Do I like American eagles? They're okay, Doom Guy, yeah. Golden eagles especially, I think, are really neat. But yeah. Yeah. And let's see. Scotland. Oh. One from Holiday in Scotland. What is this? Let's see if this loads properly. Oh yeah, look at that. These little sparrow-type critters, little passerine birds. Who are they? That's not a common English sparrow. What is this? They're beautiful. Holy moly. Yeah. Oh, what a cool critter. A chaffinch? Very neat. Yeah. And Vigilante, I know they're called cygnets. I just thought swanling sounded funnier. It would honestly be a better name. But yeah. Anyway, thank you for sharing, Saranlan. That's really neat. And Vigilante says, my mom's dog off for a walk with her chicken friend from next door. That's super cool. Again, we started off with a dinosaur and a mammal getting along, and here we have that again. Very cool, Vigilante. Thank you for sharing. That's really, really cool. Yeah. Nice. Nice. And Dinosaur Dave is back. How you doing, Dinosaur Dave? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Oh, wedge-tailed eagle. There you go. I like that. Birds are hard to make with Legos. Look at that. Very nice. I like the downturned beak. And the wedge tail is presumably behind here. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Happy Thursday, Birdsday, one and all. To wrap things up, let me find you a little video about loons and their haunting calls. This is one of those things that people who know a lot about birds already know this. Everybody else, you might be kind of blown away by this. I think it's really neat. Be on the listen for this sound next time you watch a movie or something. Yeah. Why Hollywood loves this creepy bird call. But holy moly, this is a well, I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing. 8 minutes long. Take a look.
That's a loon.
Oop,
and
too
right
loud.
now, he's doing something called whaling.
Yeah.
But this is probably not the first time you've heard that noise.
No.
Here it is in the movie 1917, as they enter the enemy trench.
Wrong continent.
In the third Harry Potter movie, as they climb out of the Whomping Willow.
Wrong continent again.
In Rick and Morty, when Rick uses his intergalactic toilet.
Wrong planet?
You'll find it whenever a
Wrong
scene
galaxy?
makes you feel a little moody.
They feared it.
Or eerie. Or just remind us that we're in the great outdoors.
That's from the 2014 film Godzilla. That took place on Oahu in Hawaii. There's no loons out there.
This specific bird call is all over movies and TV shows. But it really shouldn't be.
This is cool.
If you ever find yourself on birder Twitter, you'll find a lot of angry tweets like these.
Can someone please tell movie makers that loons are not, in fact, the only bird out there?
Hello, I'm a nature scene in a movie. Doesn't matter whether it's habitat appropriate or not, I'm a common loon call.
Have you ever noticed loon calls in impossible locations in movies and TV? In a jungle?
Watching the movie Harriet, only 20 minutes in, but I'm giving them kudos. They were not lazy. No loon calls yet.
Can you read the first reply on that one?
Oh, myself? No, why, Harriet? At about the hour 20-minute mark, they throw in a calling loon.
That's Terry. He's a research geographer. But he moonlights on Twitter and his blog as Dakota Birder.
Huh.
He mostly...
Yeah, and Books, Brews, and Booze says, I notice them every dang time. I know, right? Yeah. The loons need to be paid a fine paycheck for all that voice acting. Indeed,
Posts
Aberrantologist.
beautiful pictures of birds, and points out when Hollywood uses their calls incorrectly.
As a birder, you just can't help but notice.
That's because the loon is a very particular bird.
Yeah.
They're also called divers because they're really good at diving, thanks
They're
to
super
their dense
cool.
bones and enormous feet. They're also
Yep.
good at something called penguin dancing and scooting across lakes at astonishing speeds.
Really neat.
This is a map of the common loon's range. They mostly stick to Canada and the northern US, where there are plenty of lakes for them to hang out in. But
Very
they
cool.
do migrate, passing through other US states on their way to winter along the coasts, as far down as Mexico.
And Saranlan says, now that you've told me, it won't just be computer and physics science that annoys me about movies. And there you go. Now you can add loon calls to that also. And, yeah, the more time you spend around here, Saranlan, the more time dinosaur depictions in movies might start to bother you a little bit too. But that's not a bad thing. It just means you know something that Hollywood producers don't. There's a link to that video. We're not going to watch the whole thing because I'm getting really hungry. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours at this point. I got to go out for a walk and get some exercise, then come back and make myself some dinner. But, yeah. Happy Thursday BIRDSday, everybody. And holy cow, Jurassic World Evolution 2 Feathered Creatures Pack was much better than I thought it was going to be. I'm thoroughly impressed. So kudos to the fine people who put that together. That's what Jurassic World Evolution should have been in the first place, but better late than never, you know? So good to have that. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and wrap up today's broadcast. There's an Archaeopteryx to run our credits over for Thursday BIRDSday. And, yeah. There we go. Now the credits are restarting. Good. But we are going to go see some birds ourselves. Yeah, let's go check out Hoot House livestream again. We'll go right into there for Thursday BIRDSday. Yeah. And thank you, Wild Rose. I appreciate that. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in the chat, or excuse me, in the credits. From raiders and chatters and question askers to lurkers who are quiet, but they still help bring our numbers up. That's important for trying to reach a wider audience. Thank you to subscribers and resubscribers for your financial support. You make all this possible. So thank you for that. Thank you, cheerers, everybody else who contributed money to this broadcast. Thanks for putting food on my table. Appreciate you. And thank you, moderators, for helping keep this community positive and friendly and safe and pleasant place to be in. Appreciate you, moderators, very, very much. Lenina, Mayor of Space, Claire Burr, Patrick Pirate, and I think Iacane showed up briefly today too, right? Thank all of you so much. Really appreciate you. We're going to go right into Hoot House livestream, see some live owls, baby owls, and also a red-tailed hawk, who's a new addition to the stream too. We'll go check them out. Happy Thursday BIRDSday, everybody. And I hope to see you tomorrow for another exciting paleontology live stream here on Paleontologizing. See you then. Take care. Bye-bye.